We need to prioritize both security and development, advance sustainable security through sustainable development, and safeguard prosperity and development through security governance to achieve lasting security. Law enforcement agencies of different countries need to focus on risks and challenges to domestic development and international trade and economic cooperation brought by the security situation and COVID-19. Make proactive efforts, appropriately resolve risks, and work together to protect the security of major cooperation projects, including those under the Belt and Road Initiative, and make parallel progress on both economic cooperation and security cooperation, and virtuous interaction between the two. Also, it is hoped that different parties will learn from each other to shore up weak links and jointly upgrade the capability and level of security governance.
这里我想说呢，中国的和平发展始于扬州，依托扬州，造福扬州。中方始终致力于推动与扬州各国的这个双多边安全对话合作。近年来，在反恐、禁毒、打击跨国犯罪、网络安全、追讨追赃、能力建设等合作领域取得丰硕成果，有效维护了本国和地区的安全稳定。面对新挑战，中方将继续高举合作、创新、法治、共赢的旗帜，始终坚持心诚汇融的理念，坚持与邻为善、以邻为伴，深化与各国治防安全合作，分享平安中国、法治中国建设成就经验，始终做扬州安全的维护者、建设者、贡献者，为推动地区安全治理，实现扬州长期繁荣稳定，贡献更多的中国智慧、中国力量、中国方案。
Let me say that China's peaceful development starts from Asia, relies on Asia, and benefits Asia. The Chinese side is committed to bilateral and multilateral dialogue and cooperation on security with fellow countries in Asia. In recent years, fruitful outcomes have been achieved through those cooperation efforts on combating cross-border crimes, cybersecurity, fugitives repatriation and asset recovery, and capacity building, and security and stability in both Asia and the region have been effectively upheld. In the face of new challenges, the Chinese side will continue to hold high the banner of cooperation, innovation, rule of law, and win-win, and remain committed to building friendships, partnerships with neighboring countries based on amity, sincerity, mutual benefit, and inclusiveness, deepen cooperation with different countries on law enforcement and security, share our successful experience on building a safe China and a China based on rule of law. China will always uphold, build, and contribute to Asia's security and provide more Chinese wisdom, Chinese strengths, and Chinese proposals to Asia's lasting prosperity and stability.
各位朋友，力量不在胳膊上，而在团结上。面对前所未有的严峻挑战，扬州各国唯有团结一心，才能战胜一切困难险阻。希望各国守望相助，同舟共济，共克时艰，并肩开创扬州和平发展更加美好的明天。谢谢大家。
Friends, strength is not of the muscle, but in solidarity. Facing unprecedented and severe challenges, Asian countries must be united to overcome all difficulties and dangers. It is hoped that countries will help each other like passengers in the same boat to tackle hardships of today and join hands in ushering in a brighter tomorrow for peace and development in Asia. Thank you.
好，谢谢。
Thank you very much, Excellency, for taking time to speak with us. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
谢谢。
赵贵，非常感谢您今天花时间参会并发表演讲、回答问题，谢谢。
谢谢。
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker in the list is His Excellency Mohammed bin Ahmad Al-Massan, Advisor for National Security to the Amir of the State of Qatar. The floor is yours, sir.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, let me first congratulate you on the coming month of the holy month of Ramadan. Let this month bring with it peace and harmony. Thank you. I'm happy today to participate in Islamabad Security Dialogue, which has proven as an important regional platform for dialogue at the Asian security in the fluid world order. At the turn of the millennium, structural developments in the global economic order and patterns of trade provided Asia with new chances. Many countries have capitalized on these structural developments, leading to emerge the economic powerhouse in Asia. Asia changes dynamic and causing a clear shift as the world is transforming to accommodate to Asia growth. For example, the largest share of future demand growth for goods and services, including gas and oil, are expected to come from Asia. However, the economic growth comes major hurdles. The huge economic potential of Asia has intensified competition between global powers over influence and resources. Today, this competition cannot be noticed anywhere more than Asia. This competition necessarily imposed the journey of economic development. Energy structure is both immediate and long-term challenge for emerging economic in Asia. The anticipation demand for Asia for natural gas is expected to increase significantly over the coming years, especially with COVID-19 economic recovery. But now the energy security of many Asian countries with no long-term LNG contracts are at stake due to the new competition from Europe countries as a result of the conflict between Russia and the Ukraine. Asia and the Middle East share common values, moral and respect for identity and culture. Asia and Middle East also share a sad history of colonization, as well as political instability and conflict. As you all know, political instability impacted negatively on the national security and economic developments of neighboring countries. However, no positive note, Asia and the Middle East enjoy one of the oldest trade links in the world, and this has not only continued to date, but it has gone from strengthening to strengthening and reconnect dissident that built on the road. Invention will add impute to the stability trade links. Qatar relation with Asia examined at unprecedented rate. Most of our LNG volume goes to Asia. We import most of our electronic, cars, foods, so on on from Asia to Qatar. And Qatar and Asia are economically partners to each other. Very important economically partner to each other. This means Qatar and the Middle East share with Asia common future, and their structure in interlink we cannot ignore. The growing structured threats in our continent, yet it is important more than ever to work together to tackle the far possible propensity for all. I look forward to discuss and reflect with my colleagues on these issues today and consolidate with lessons learned, new ideas and possible proposals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. Dr. Yusuf, do you have any questions for him?
Excellency, thank you, and thank you to the State of Qatar for participating. It's always good to talk to you. We had talked briefly earlier as well, but I want to, for the benefit of the audience, ask you specifically about energy. Qatar, of course, is one of the main producers of energy. Pakistan also imports gas from Qatar. With the current turmoil in Europe and the situation of Ukraine, there is a lot of concern about supply of energy. I wanted to get your view on how we move forward as countries who cooperate with each other such that energy prices don't skyrocket and developing countries like Pakistan and others don't have to bear the brunt of the conflict or the turbulence in the world right now.
I believe, my friend, energy should not be used as a weapon or as to be like a stick in the hand of the master. It should help all the nations in need. Definitely the impact of the war between Russia and Ukraine will have a big impact on the trade of fuel. But as in Qatar, we are trying to set all the demands coming to us. We are trying to fill, but unfortunately, the amount of production will not reach for everybody's need. So in that sense, we will definitely need to adapt to what's most needed. And and as you know, Your Excellency, the gas today in Qatar is mostly stalled in previous contract, long-term contract. And what we will have is just the part that it's not yet in the market. So that is the area that we can move in. Thank you. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, you did. And let me just ask one other quick question, which is that even in Asia and specifically in the Middle East, we haven't seen peace for a long time. What is your prognosis about regional peace and stability in the Middle East?
Well, I believe that we are in a better position today than many other areas. Alhamdulillah that yes, we have some conflicts and this is not a new, but I am very optimistic what's coming on the region. I think as GCC, we have our conflict behind us, and we are looking forward to put our hands together and to work together. So that's, and I believe that there is a lot of areas that has been brought up to discuss, like Yemen file with our neighbors, the Saudis, and I think it should reach to stability, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. It was really a pleasure to have you. Next, we have a video message from the Secretary of the Security Council of the Republic of Uzbekistan, His Excellency Lieutenant General Viktor Makhmudov. He could not make it to this video call because of his other pressing engagements, but he was kind enough to send us his video message. Please play the video message.
Уважаемые участники форума, прежде всего позвольте выразить признательность пакистанской стороне за приглашение принять участие во втором исламабадском диалоге по безопасности. Нынешний форум проходит с участием высоких представителей стран, заинтересованных в обеспечении мира и стабильного развития в нашем обширном регионе. Разделяем мнение об исключительной важности всего спектра вопросов безопасности Азии в меняющемся мировом порядке и полностью поддерживаем повестку форума. Его проведение крайне востребовано и заслуживает самого серьезного внимания с учетом нынешнего непростого времени и серьезных региональных и глобальных вызовов. Сегодня мир столкнулся с коренными переменами, которые характеризуются обострением как старых вызовов и угроз безопасности, так и новых рисков мировому порядку. С новой силой заявили о себе очередной виток гонки вооружений и милитаризации отдельных стран. Налицо все признаки глобального кризиса доверия. Серьезно пошатнулась архитектура и гарантии безопасности. Силовое разрешение конфликтов и достижение политической цели военным методом превращаются в обычную практику, обнажив кризис мировой дипломатии. Непредсказуемый характер глобального противостояния между крупными державами, сопровождающийся усилением враждебности, создает долгосрочную напряженность. Сложная и быстро меняющаяся ситуация в мире, а также возрастающие вызовы и угрозы безопасности находят свое проявление в Центральной и Южной Азии. Центральноазиатский регион примыкает к очагам нестабильности и конфликтов, испытывая на себе влияние всех негативных процессов. Афганское направление сейчас и в ближайшей перспективе останется наиболее актуальным в повестке региональной безопасности и стабильности. Сейчас Афганистан стоит перед выбором – встать на путь долгосрочного мира и процветания, либо погрузиться в хаос. Колоссальных совместных усилий наших стран требует задача по недопущению превращения Афганистана в международный хаб терроризма, экстремизма и наркопроизводства. Одновременно, на наш взгляд, приоритетом должно оставаться активное вовлечение Афганистана в региональные процессы и реализация инфраструктурных проектов, проходящих через территорию этой страны. Центральная Азия – это регион огромных возможностей, но его колоссальный потенциал до сих пор не реализован. В этом контексте укрепление взаимосвязанности Центральной и Южной Азии открывает новые возможности. Однако реализация наших чаяний немыслима без создания надежных гарантий региональной безопасности. Хочу подчеркнуть, что, придерживаясь принципа неделимости безопасности, Узбекистан не разграничивает угрозы на свои и чужие и выступает за самое широкое сотрудничество в этой сфере. Крайне заинтересованы в расширении взаимодействия со всеми партнерами во имя мира, прогресса и процветания. Уверены, что обеспечение безопасности, устойчивого развития, стабильности и процветания в Азии – это общая и выполнимая задача. Безусловно, сегодняшний обмен мнениями будет иметь практическое значение и станет еще одним значимым шагом в укреплении общей и неделимой безопасности в Азии. Желаю всем участникам форума плодотворной работы. Благодарю за внимание.
That was His Excellency Lieutenant General Viktor Makhmudov of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Dr. Yusuf, I'm sure you would have asked him questions if he was live, but anyways.
Just, if I may, for the sake of the audience, Uzbekistan is actually one country where we've made a lot of progress in terms of bilateral relations. And It's a country that Pakistan now formally has a joint security commission with, in which we cover virtually all aspects of security on a very regular basis.
Yeah. Thank you. And control box, do we have Kazakhstan online? Okay. Our next speaker is His Excellency Mr. Gizet Nur Dolitov, Secretary of the Security Council of the Republic of Kazakhstan. The floor is yours, Excellency.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, разрешите поприветствовать всех участников и поблагодарить организаторов второго заседания исламабадского диалога по безопасности. В первую очередь хотел бы отметить своевременность и важность данного мероприятия не только для наших пакистанских партнеров, но и для всех участвующих стран. Обеспечение стабильности на всем нашем пространстве отвечает жизненным интересам всех, без исключения, государств.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to greet all the participants and express gratitude to the organizers of the second session of the Islamabad Security Dialogue. First of all, I would like to note the timeliness and importance of this event, not only for our Pakistani partners, but also for all participating countries. Ensuring stability in all our territories is in the vital interest of every single state.
Угрозы терроризма, различных форм экстремизма, региональных конфликтов приобретают новую динамику. При этом современная архитектура глобальной безопасности уже не в полной мере отвечает новым вызовам.
The threat of terrorism, various forms of extremism and regional conflicts is evolving, while the contemporary architecture of global security no longer fully responds to the new challenges.
Мы с вами являемся свидетелями того, что на мировую арену возвращается риторика времен Холодной войны. Усиливается противостояние ведущих мировых держав как в глобальном, так и в региональном масштабах, что не способствует налаживанию конструктивного диалога. Более того, данное обстоятельство ведет к росту конфликтного потенциала и прямых вооруженных столкновений.
We are witnessing a comeback of the Cold War rhetoric to the world stage. The confrontation between the leading world powers is escalating both globally and regionally, which is a detriment to the constructive dialogue efforts. Moreover, this increases conflict potential and the number of direct armed clashes.
С учетом повестки нашего мероприятия, большую роль в обеспечении региональной безопасности должна сыграть стабилизация внутриполитической ситуации в Афганистане, нормализация обстановки в этой стране, решение острых социально-экономических вопросов, недопущение угрозы гуманитарной катастрофы должны стать залогом благополучия для всего обширного региона Центральной и Южной Азии.
Taking into account the agenda of our event, stabilization of the internal political situation in Afghanistan should play an important role in ensuring a regional security. The normalization of the situation in this country, the resolution of acute socio-economic issues, and the prevention of a humanitarian catastrophe should be the key to well-being for the entire vast region of Central and South Asia.
Все указанные факторы подчеркивают высокую актуальность переосмысления подходов к обеспечению безопасности и поиска новых форматов ее укрепления. Исламабадский диалог по безопасности вносит существенный вклад в данный процесс.
All these factors underscore the urgency of reimagining approaches to security and finding new formats to strengthen it. The Islamabad Security Dialogue makes a significant contribution to this process.
Позвольте изложить ряд предложений, которые, на наш взгляд, актуальны для укрепления системы региональной и глобальной безопасности. Во-первых, дальнейшее развитие и вывод на качественно новый уровень совещания по взаимодействию и мерам доверия в Азии. Мы полагаем, что СЛМДА обладает потенциалом, чтобы стать эффективным инструментом для совместного противостояния новым вызовам и обеспечения безопасности и стабильности в регионе. Для этого важную роль могла бы сыграть трансформация совещания в полноценную международную организацию, нацеленную на обеспечение безопасности на азиатском континенте.
Let me outline several proposals which we believe are relevant for strengthening the system of regional and global security. First, Conference on the Interaction and Confidence Building Measures in Asia needs to be further developed and advanced to a new level. We believe that the SICA has the potential to become an effective instrument for addressing new challenges jointly and ensuring security and stability in the region. In this regard, the transformation of the conference into a full-fledged international organization aimed at ensuring security on the Asian continent could play an important role.
В этом году, в период 12-13 октября, в столице нашей страны состоится 6-й саммит СВМД, который пройдет в год 30-летия совещания. Надеемся, что участники нынешнего мероприятия поддержат идею трансформации СВМД в полноценную международную организацию.
This year, which marks the 30th anniversary of the conference, the capital of our country will host the 6th SICA Summit on 12th and 30th of October. We hope that the participants of this event will support the idea of transforming the SICA into an organization.
Во-вторых, важно активизировать диалог по вопросам продовольственной безопасности. Рост продовольственной инфляции не ослабевает, негативно отражаясь на уровне жизни десятков миллионов людей. Прогнозы говорят о том, что в среднесрочном периоде ситуация в данной сфере будет осложняться. Налицо прямая угроза масштабного продовольственного кризиса, о чем говорят как эксперты, так и мировые лидеры. Между тем, продовольственная безопасность напрямую определяет социальную и общественную стабильность. Это диктует необходимость неотложного совместного поиска решений.
Second, it is important to intensify the dialogue on food security. The growth of food inflation does not weaken, and it is negatively affecting the standard of living of tens of millions of people. Projections indicate that the situation in this area will become more complicated in the medium term. There is a direct threat of a large-scale food crisis, as it is stated by both experts and world leaders. Meanwhile, food security directly determines the social and public stability. This imposes the need for an urgent joint search for solutions.
Одним из важных механизмов является Исламская организация по продовольственной безопасности, созданная по инициативе Казахстана. Ее работа направлена на обеспечение населения стран-членов Организации исламского сотрудничества экономически доступным продовольствием. Полагаем важным далее расширять спектр деятельности Исламской организации по продовольственной безопасности. Помимо этого, предлагаем начать экспертную проработку возможности создания региональной программы в сфере реагирования на угрозы продовольственной безопасности.
One of the important mechanisms is the Islamic Organization for Food Security, established at the initiative of Kazakhstan. Its work is aimed at providing the population of the member states of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation with economically affordable food, as well as stabilizing food prices through the establishment and management of a joint food fund. We believe it is important to further expand the range of activities of the Islamic Organization for Food Security. In addition, it is possible to carry out expert examination of the possibility of creating a regional program in the field of responding to the threats to food security.
С этим направлением неразрывно связано обеспечение водной безопасности. Нельзя допустить, чтобы дефицит водных ресурсов, вопросы использования трансграничных рек становились причинами конфликтов и противоречий.
Ensuring water security is inextricably linked with this issue. We have to prevent the water supply deficit and the issues with the use of transboundary rivers from becoming the causes of conflicts and disputes.
В-третьих, действенным механизмом для выстраивания прочной основы коллективной системы безопасности выступает экономическая дипломатия. В качестве наглядного примера хотелось бы привести развитие двустороннего сотрудничества между Казахстаном и Пакистаном. Страны прилагают максимальные усилия, чтобы взаимовыгодное сотрудничество обрело новый качественный характер. Товарообмен между нашими странами осуществляется через территорию нескольких государств Центральной Азии. и Афганистана. По этой причине Казахстан крайне заинтересован в выработке региональных подходов к обеспечению безопасного и скоординированного транспортного взаимодействия.
Third, economic diplomacy is an efficient mechanism for building a solid foundation for a collective security system. A case in point is the development of bilateral cooperation between Kazakhstan and Pakistan. Our countries are making every effort to ensure that mutually beneficial cooperation reaches new levels. The exchange of goods between our countries is carried out through the territory of several Central Asian states and Afghanistan. To this end, Kazakhstan is keen on to develop regional approaches to ensuring secure and coordinated transit and transport interaction.
В-четвертых, одним из приоритетных направлений остается развитие международного, глобального и регионального сотрудничества в сфере предупреждения и ликвидации чрезвычайных ситуаций. Пандемия коронавирусной инфекции показала, насколько разрушительными могут быть последствия трансграничных угроз в этой сфере. В этой связи наши усилия должны быть направлены на создание и развитие механизмов совместного предупреждения и реагирования на чрезвычайные ситуации самого различного характера. Казахстан приходит на помощь пострадавшим от природных катаклизмов государствам, являясь активным участником гуманитарного процесса.
Fourth, one of the priorities remains the development of international, global and regional cooperation in prevention and elimination of emergencies. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown how devastating the consequences of such cross-border threats can be. In this regard, our efforts should be directed to the establishment and development of mechanisms for joint prevention and response to various emergencies. Kazakhstan comes to the aid of states affected by natural disasters and is an active participant in the humanitarian process.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, мы должны прийти к осознанию необходимости формирования более устойчивой системы международных отношений. Наша общая задача состоит в недопущении появления новых очагов напряженности, повышении предсказуемости развития событий, упреждения негативного влияния различных угроз на развитие Большой Азии, усиление дружественных и взаимовыгодных политических, экономических, культурно-гуманитарных отношений всех государств и международных организаций Азиатского региона является фундаментом новой архитектуры безопасности. Выражаем надежду, что решения и рекомендации, принятые по итогам второго заседания Исламабадского диалога, обретут свою практическую реализацию. Благодарю за внимание.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we must understand the need to establish a more stable system of international relations. Our common task is to prevent the emergence of new hotbeds of tension, increase the predictability of events, and prevent the negative impact of various threats on the development of Greater Asia. We must also proceed from the fact that reinforcing friendly and mutually beneficial political, economic, cultural, and humanitarian relations of all states and international organizations in Asia is the foundation of new security architecture. We express our hope that the decisions and recommendations adopted following the second meeting of Islamabad Security Dialogue will be translated into actions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency. Now I invite Dr. Yusuf if he has any questions to ask from you.
Thank you, and thank you, Excellency. This is actually very, very comprehensive. So I'll just ask one question, which is, how do you connect everything you've talked about, terrorism, food security, water security, the collective responsibility, to the role of the SCO, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which both our countries are part of? Because Pakistan's focused on connectivity, and Central Asia is a big pillar of that. So where does SCO fit into your vision? Thank you.
Большое спасибо за всеобъемлющий доклад. У меня есть вопрос. Как вы объединяете все эти аспекты, территориальную безопасность, продовольственную безопасность, коллективный ответ на угрозы в роль сотрудничества? Пакистан сфокусирован на взаимосвязанности, и Центральная Азия играет в этой сфере большую роль. То есть какая роль именно организации ШОС в этом аспекте?
Безусловно, этот вопрос, наверное, правильнее обсуждать в рамках саммита ШОС с участием всех членов организации. Вместе с тем хочу отметить, что взаимодействие в рамках ШОС – одно из важнейших направлений внешней политики Казахстана. Перевод.
So this issue better be discussed within the SCO with all the member states. And this issue, the interaction within SCO is the priority of the foreign policy of Kazakhstan.
Наша страна выступает за сбалансированное развитие основных направлений сотрудничества в сфере безопасности, экономической и культурно-гуманитарной областей. С самого начала шанхайского процесса Казахстан является активным участником работы в формате ШОС. Деятельность этой организации способствует росту взаимного доверия и понимания между государствами.
Kazakhstan advocates the balanced development of all spheres: economic security, cultural development, and the national security. And Kazakhstan has always been an active member of the SCO, and SCO increases trust and understanding between the members.
По нашим оценкам, в среднесрочной и долгосрочной перспективе будет объективно укрепляться роль ШОС как одного из ключевых элементов системы региональной и глобальной стабильности. Спасибо.
In the long term and the medium term, the role of SCO will be strengthened in the sphere of regional and global security system. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Excellency. We are truly grateful to you to take time out and be with us and speak to us. Thank you very much once again, and have a good day.
Большое спасибо, что выделили время и поучаствовали на встрече. Большое спасибо. До свидания.
До свидания.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Our next speaker is His Excellency Lieutenant General Iman Kulov, Secretary of the Security Council of the Republic of Kyrgyzstan. The floor is yours, Excellency.
Добрый день, уважаемые участники диалога по безопасности.
My greetings, dear participants of the dialogue on security.
Хочу выразить слова благодарности председательствующей стороне, нашим пакистанским коллегам и лично господину Маиду Юсуфу за приглашение к обсуждению важнейших вопросов, влияющих на стабильность в мире.
I would like to express my gratitude to the presiding side, our Pakistani colleagues, and personally to Mr. Moid Yusuf for the invitation to discuss the most important issues affecting stability in the world.
Убежден, что озвученные на сегодняшнем заседании новые идеи и активный обмен мнениями послужат общему делу укрепления национальной, региональной и глобальной безопасности.
I'm convinced that the new ideas voiced at today's meeting and the active exchange of views will serve the common aim of strengthening national, regional and global security.
Современную ситуацию по своему накалу, жесткому санкционному противостоянию и непредсказуемым последствиям для всего мира без преувеличения можно назвать беспрецедентной.
The current situation in terms of its intensity, tough, sanctioned confrontation and unpredictable consequences for the whole world without exaggeration can be called unprecedented.
Сегодня международная информационная повестка несколько сместилась в сторону Восточной Европы. Однако мы уверены, что в ближайшее время все стороны конфликта найдут компромиссное решение и кризис будет урегулирован.
Today, the international information agenda has shifted somewhat towards Eastern Europe. However, we are confident that in the near future, all parties to the conflict will find compromise solutions and the crisis will be resolved.
Проходящими там боевыми действиями воспользовалась террористическая организация «Исламское государство», чтобы в очередной раз напомнить о своем существовании.
The terrorist organization Islamic State took advantage of the hostilities taking place there to once again remind of its existence.
Исламское государство надеется на затяжной конфликт в Европе, что должно ослабить Россию, США и европейские страны, тем самым открывая для джихадистов новые возможности.
Islamic State hopes for a prolonged conflict in Europe, which should weaken Russia, the United States and the European countries, thereby opening up new opportunities for jihadists.
Более того, некие силы хотели бы организовать в Центральной Азии новый очаг напряженности, аналогичный украинскому. Одним из сценариев является перенос боевых действий с Ближнего Востока, в том числе и с опорой на Афганистан, в некоторые центральноазиатские государства.
Moreover, some forces would like to organize a new hearth of tension in Central Asia, similar to the Ukrainian one. One of the serious scenarios is the transfer of hostilities from the Middle East, including based on Afghanistan, to some Central Asian states.
Кому-то очень выгодно создать в нашем регионе хаос, сопряженный с массовым насилием, войной, беженцами, разрухой, голодом и нищетой.
It is very beneficial for someone to create chaos in our region, coupled with mass violence, war, refugees, devastation, hunger and poverty.
Кроме того, введенные рядом государств санкции и различные ограничительные меры в отношении других стран только усиливают развивающийся экономический кризис исторического масштаба.
In addition, the sanctions imposed by a number of states and various restrictive measures against other countries only strengthen the developing economic crisis of a historic scale.
На этом фоне практически ежедневно мы слышим тезис о неизбежном продовольственном кризисе в мире. Уже сегодня наши страны, без исключения, ощутили на себе рост цен на продукты топлива, товары первой необходимости и различные услуги.
Against this background, almost every day we hear the thesis about the inevitable food crisis in the world. Already today, all our countries, without exception, have felt the rise in prices for food, fuel, essential goods, and various services.
Возможное дальнейшее ухудшение ситуации в сфере безопасности, экономики, энергетики, социальной жизни однозначно спровоцирует волны неуправляемой миграции и другие опасные процессы, разрушающие государственность. Эту неуправляемую динамику будет трудно остановить, даже исходя из менталитета местного населения.
Possible further deterioration of the situation in the sphere of security, economy, energy, social life will definitely provoke waves of uncontrolled migration and other dangerous processes that destroy statehood. This unmanageable dynamic will be difficult to stop, even based on the mentality of the local population.
Как уже сейчас мои коллеги отмечали, с такими глобальными вызовами самостоятельно не сможет справиться ни одна страна. Тем более, что многие являются недостаточно сильными в экономическом плане.
As it was mentioned by my colleagues, no country can cope with such global challenges on its own, especially since many are not strong enough in economic terms.
Кыргызстан призывает противостоять наметившимся негативным тенденциям путем расширения межгосударственного сотрудничества, налаживая партнерство в торговле, логистике, инвестиционной сфере и на других направлениях.
Kyrgyzstan calls to counter the emerging negative trends by expanding interstate cooperation, establishing partnerships in trade, logistics, investment and other areas.
В свою очередь, наше пристальное внимание сохраняется на ситуации в Афганистане и на Ближнем Востоке, где ведется сложная работа по противодействию терроризму и экстремизму.
In turn, our close attention remains on the situation in Afghanistan and the Middle East, where complex work is being carried out to counter terrorism and extremism.
Серьезными рисками для безопасности давно стали факты нахождения в рядах террористских формирований выходцев из Центральной Азии, а также продолжающаяся активная вербовка наших граждан в этот театр военных действий.
Serious security risks have long been the presence of people from the Central Asia in the ranks of terrorist groups, as well as the ongoing active recruitment of our citizens into this theater of operations.
Особое место в борьбе за региональную стабильность занимает процесс перехода современного Афганистана на путь мира и развития. Однако будущее этой страны сложно предсказать. В настоящий момент афганцы сталкиваются с тяжелейшим кризисом продовольственной безопасности и недоеданием. По оценкам профильных структур ООН, 95% афганцев не получают достаточно еды. Уровень острого недоедания в 28 из 34 провинций высок. Более 3,5 миллионов детей нуждаются в поддержке в области питания.
A special place in the struggle of regional stability is occupied by the process of modern Afghanistan's transition to the path of peace and development. However, the future of this country is difficult to predict. At the moment, Afghans are facing a severe food security crisis and malnutrition. According to UN agencies, 95% of Afghans do not get enough food. Severe malnutrition is high in 28 out of 34 provinces, with more than 3.5 million children in need of nutritional support.
В то время как в стране продолжает бороться с последствиями ужасной засухи, перспектива нового неурожая в этом году может быть связана с банковским и финансовым кризисом. Более 80% населения оказались в долгах.
As the country continues to grapple with the effects of a terrible drought, the prospect of another crop failure this year could be linked to the banking and financial crisis. More than 80% of the population ended up in debt.
Налицо гуманитарная катастрофа, которая ведет за собой новую волну радикализации людей, увеличивает законные и незаконные миграционные потоки, ставит под угрозу существование государственности в целом.
We have a humanitarian catastrophe that is leading a new wave of radicalization of people, increasing legal and illegal migration flows, and endangering the existence of statehood as a whole.
Необходимо также учитывать наличие в стране большого количества действующих и вновь возникающих вооруженных групп различной политической и этноплеменной направленности. С начала года как минимум 5 групп заявили о себе как об антиталибском сопротивлении.
It is also necessary to take into account the presence in the country of a large number of active and newly emerging armed groups of various political and ethno-tribal orientations. Since the beginning of the year, at least 5 groups have declared themselves as anti-Taliban resistance.
Данные факторы могут привести к ожесточению гражданской войны и потере талибами контроля над отдельными регионами. В связи с ростом нестабильности в Афганистане ИГИЛ использует шанс получения новой территориальной базы взамен потерянной на Ближнем Востоке. Процесс проникновения ИГИЛ в Афганистан был не случайным и не стихийным. Его поддерживают серьезные региональные и, возможно, глобальные силы.
These factors can lead to a bitter civil war and the loss of control over certain regions by the Taliban. As instability in Afghanistan rises, ISIS is seizing the chance to gain a new territorial base to replace the one it lost in the Middle East. The process of ISIS penetration into Afghanistan was not accidental and not spontaneous. It is supported by serious regional and possibly global forces.
В таких условиях исходящие с афганской территории угрозы террористического характера и наркотрафика возрастают. С наступлением весенне-летнего периода мы прогнозируем увеличение террористической активности в этой стране.
Under such conditions, the threats of a terrorist nature and drug trafficking emanating from Afghan territory are increasing. With the onset of the spring-summer period, we predict an increase in terrorist activity in this country.
Наши предположения частично подтверждаются по партнерским каналам и публичным заявлениям высокопоставленных иностранных официальных лиц. К примеру, руководство Центрального командования США буквально недавно заявило, что исламское государство в Афганистане продолжает наращивать силы и по-настоящему развернуться ближе к лету.
Our assumptions are partly confirmed through the partner channels and public statements by high-ranking foreign officials. For example, the leadership of the US Central Command just recently announced that ISIS in Afghanistan continues to build up its forces and will try to deploy closer to summer.
Поэтому нашим странам невозможно игнорировать такой фактор ключевой угрозы региональной безопасности, как несколько тысяч боевиков ИГИЛ-Хорасан на севере Афганистана. Тем более, что с их стороны постоянно ведется работа по перетягиванию своей ряды живой силы из других группировок.
Therefore, it is impossible for our countries to ignore such factor of a key threat to regional security as several thousand ISIS Khorasan militants in northern Afghanistan. Moreover, on their part, work is constantly being carried out to draw manpower from other groups into their ranks.
В свою очередь, Кыргызская республика в сфере противодействия терроризму и экстремизму старается максимально использовать различные международные механизмы, такие как ООН, ОДКБ, ШОС и другие. Налажено тесное двустороннее сотрудничество с целым рядом государств.
In turn, the Kyrgyz Republic in the field of countering terrorism and extremism is trying to make maximum use of various international mechanisms, such as the UN, the CSTO, the SCO, and others. Close bilateral cooperation has been established with a number of states.
Одним из последних достижений Кыргызстана является включение 7 марта этого года террористической организации Джамат ат-Таухид валь-Джихад в санкционный перечень Совета Безопасности ООН под названием Катиба аль-Таухид валь-Джихад.
One of the latest achievements of Kyrgyzstan is the inclusion on March 7th of this year of the terrorist organization Jamaat at-Tawhid wal-Jihad on the UN Security Council sanctions list under the name Katiba al-Tawhid wal-Jihad.
Данная организация в Кыргызской республике была признана террористической и запрещена еще в 2016 году. Она также запрещена в Узбекистане и России. Этот результат является первым положительным опытом ВДКБ и ШОС по продвижению подобной инициативы конкретного государства в структурах ООН.
This organization was recognized as a terrorist organization in the Kyrgyz Republic and was banned back in 2016. It is also banned in Uzbekistan and Russia. This result is the first positive experience in the CSTO and the SCO areas in promoting such an initiative of a particular state in the UN structures.
Таким образом, учитывая широкий спектр угроз, нашим странам помимо сотрудничества в гуманитарной и экономической областях требуется активизировать взаимодействие в сфере безопасности. Военно-политическая ситуация в мире прямо указывает на системность и комплексный подход к такой совместной работе, а также на ее приоритет в современных условиях. Благодарю за внимание.
Thus, given the wide range of threats, our countries, in addition to cooperation in the humanitarian and economic fields, need to intensify cooperation in the field of security. The military political situation in the world directly indicates a systematic and comprehensive approach to such joint work, as well as its priority in modern conditions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for your detailed statement. And now I would request Dr. Yusuf to ask you a question, if you have any, sir.
Excellency, thank you, and good to see you again. Just let me ask you of a possible, it's not a contradiction, but it's a challenge in what you've presented. You've talked about regional security, the need to work together. At the same time, you've talked about connectivity, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, but then there is also the issue, as you've raised, terrorism, drugs, narco-trafficking, whether from Afghanistan or elsewhere. How do you look at connectivity and the SCO as platforms that can overcome these challenges? Because if we are going to connect, we are going to have people move, trade move, then of course the threat of narco trafficking and perhaps other kinds of undesirable connectivity is also present. So how do you see SCO and connectivity between Central Asia and South Asia?
Спасибо за вопрос. Уважаемый коллега, как уже мой казахстанский коллега отметил, ШОС для того и в свое время было создано, для того, чтобы одним из главных задач этой организации, на мой взгляд, это обеспечение стабильности в нашем регионе и обеспечение безопасности наших народов.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. As my Kazakh colleague mentioned before, the SCO organization was founded in order to maintain the main aims as the providing the regional security and regional stability.
В организации ШОС созданы конкретные механизмы для того, чтобы совместно государства, входящие в эту организацию, совместно осуществляли борьбу с тремя злами. Это с терроризмом, экстремизмом и сепаратизмом. Вы знаете...
In the SCO organization, there are special mechanisms that help to the member countries fight with the three evils: terrorism, extremism, and separatism.
Вы знаете, существует региональная антитеррористическая структура ШОС, есть исполнительный комитет в Ташкенте, поэтому я считал бы, чтобы этот механизм заработал еще активнее.
As you know, there is the regional anti-terroristic structure under SCO with a headquarters in Tashkent, and I hope that this structure will strengthen and work powerfully.
И чтобы все страны, входящие в ШОС, проявляли активность и вместе собирались. И часто собираются по этим вопросам. Я хотел бы, чтобы, учитывая сегодняшнюю ситуацию в мире и в регионе, мы чтобы еще раз собирались, обсуждали этот вопрос и активно сотрудничали.
I hope that all country members and other non-member countries will gather and activate the collective work in this sphere, and I hope that our participants will gather together as much as possible.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you very much. Next we have, well, before introducing the next speaker, I have to make a small announcement. Immediately after we are done with this session, I mean, we have remaining two speakers. We will go straight into the next session, which is basically where our former NSAs, our present NSA, will discuss the topic, which is Pakistan in a changing world. But I will be switching my place. I will be moving from here to that rostrum, and the NSA would sit here, former NSAs. So now I invite His Excellency Mr. Nawaf bin Said al-Maliki, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He will read out the statement of His Excellency Musaid al-Iban, Minister of State and National Security Advisor of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The floor is yours, Excellency.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Salatu was-salam ala Sayyid al-Anbiya wal-Mursaleen. The first thing I want to say thank you for Excellency Dr. Mohammed Yusuf, National Security Advisor of the Prime Minister of Pakistan, for organization the Forum of National Security Advisor of Asia country to discuss the future of security in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia believe the preserve international understanding and cooperation on the base of the mutual respect and sovereignty among all the countries. The kingdom firmly believes that the future of the security in Asia is linked to respect the sovereignty of all the countries in the region, non-interference in internal affairs of other countries, and communication to international principle and resolution. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia continue cooperation with the partner country and the international community to strengthen peace and security, supporting dialogue and peaceful solution, and creating the right condition for achieving development and meeting the aspiration for the better tomorrow in the Middle East and around the world. The Kingdom reframe our support for bring the peace process to find the lasting solution to Palestinian question with the establishment of an independent Palestinian state in a way that ensure the right of the Palestinian people to establish their independent state in line with the international resolution. Ladies and gentlemen, the continuing escalation of the conflict by Houthi group and their attack against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia demonstrate their unwilling and reject of peaceful solution as a way forward for the resolution of the conflict. The Kingdom call for the implementation of United Nations resolution to halt the negative follow-out of the Houthi group and the supply of arms and ammunition to the Houthi group from outside of Yemen. Continue Houthi attack against civilians in the Kingdom and undermining international navigation and global energy supply, both of the threat of the region. The Kingdom reserve the legitimate right to defend itself against missile, UAV, and other forms of attack. We call on the international community to apply more pressure on Houthi group to ensure humanitarian assistance for the people of Yemen and bring political settlement to the conflict. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia stressed the importance of the Middle East free from weapons of mass destruction and support international effort toward this end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Thank you very much for being crisp and to the point. Control box, are we good to go for Turkey?
It seems to be a delay, but they are hoping to join shortly.
Can I have sound, please? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, while we try to connect with Turkey, I think it's a good opportunity to move into another dimension, which is try to, flesh out what the previous 6 NSAs have said. And let's see what our former NSAs and our present NSA has to say about it. So I would request General Nasir Janjua Sahib to please come to the floor. And control box, do we have General Lodi online? Please bring him online.
We'll be able to connect to the call very shortly.
Okay, but I think we can still start the conversation, and then when he can join us later. Welcome, sir. I will straight away start off. Mr. Janjua and of course Dr. Yusuf, both of you have listened to good 6 NSAs from the region and some of them a little bit far away from us. But I'm sure you must have heard some common themes in their address. But here I would like to basically ask you guys to tell us how Pakistan, with that backdrop, with the backdrop of what the previous 6 NSAs have said, how you gentlemen see how Pakistan should kind of basically navigate its path given this fluid international environment. Let me start with Janjua Sahib.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Let me begin by appreciating Mr. Moeed Yusuf for his great job that he has done, and also his team in furthering the institution of National Security Advisor. I think you have come a long way and have established very solidly this institution, which was need of the hour and need of our country. Thank you very much. You and your team have done a great job. Ladies and gentlemen, we have listened to all the NSAs, and you would find that there is a commonness while they talk of seeking peace and stability. The values to seek peace and stability are so much common to the world. And during the process of my experience, I have realized that while the war has been dictating the world order, the peace has also not been silent. The peace also seeks a world order. And this time, you see, is the peace which is trying to overtake the war order. All of them have given a kind of common urge to seek peace and stability. But I think we are slightly different than them. We are differently located. Our challenges are different. And if we have to look at the challenges, I just want to concentrate on this world, changing world order or fluid world order. Our challenge resides here in this change and in this fluidity. because the world has gotten into a transition. So in this transition, Pakistan is such a pivotal country, it is such a critical and crucial country that it has to face most of the challenges. In this change, there are a lot of pushes and pulls, and Pakistan is affected by all of them. In this change, if you see the trends of global power politics, so the leading trend of this global power politics change is containment of China. The next trend is prevention of resurgence of Russia. So for containment of China, Indo-Pacific strategy is at the play. This is our challenge. Not of our making, but we are affected.
Sir, let me just pause you for a second. This reminds me of the words by Tony Blair, the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, sometimes in 2001 when this 9/11 thing had happened. And he said that very famous statement that the kaleidoscope has shaken, the pieces are in flux. So as I see it,
this strange kind of echo in your voice when
I'll try to, you know. So what Tony Blair had said was that the kaleidoscope has shaken, the pieces are in the flux. This was in 2001. Today we are in 2022. At least as I see as a Pakistani, I think still the kaleidoscope is shaking and the pieces are in flux as far as Pakistan is concerned. So not only within the region, but also across the world. And I will not go into the details, I mean, what are the pieces which are in flux and so on and so forth. But in this flux, how should Pakistan navigate? Let me ask Dr. Yusuf, how can we navigate through this
I think you just cut me in a half.
Sorry.
What is flux and what is change and what is fluidity? We're talking the same thing. So basically it's this change which is our challenge, because we are being pushed and pulled. Nobody can be without us. Let me assure you, we are a country, nobody would like to leave us like that. So I think in this change, I feel the change is still far. Change has not really come about. The change is not really around the corner that you can shift sides. Change has started its transition, but it will take some time. So till then, please stay at your own course. Don't look part of the change fully, because it will not benefit us if we just start siding. We have to charter our own course, look at our own national interest, and stay focused. Our challenge is to at least seek 20 years of peace and stability somehow. That is how we should carry ourselves in the arena, in the Committee of Nations.
Thank you, sir. If I just try to take this discussion forward, you have said charter our own course and 20 years of peace. But I think the problem is that we are not insulated from the environment, the regional and the global environment. In the given environment, do you really think that we can charter our own course independent of what's going on around us? I think we have to continue to adjust and so on. Let me ask Dr. Yusuf about this.
Thank you. I think Nasir Janjua has made a very profound point without saying what he was saying, if I've read this correctly. You see, what could be a more apt time to be discussing change and charting our course and national interest. We have just seen in the last 2 weeks the kind of conversation we're having about the difficulty of charting whatever course Pakistan thinks may be good or a direction that it wants to take. When we were drafting this national security policy and when we came out with it and talked about economic security and connectivity, somebody asked me, you are talking about all of this, but I don't see the policy moving in that direction. And my response was that actually there could be no greater challenge in terms of achieving the vision of the policy, because we're a country that has 2 Western neighbors that are internationally sanctioned. We haven't sanctioned them, but they're internationally sanctioned. A neighbor to the east with which we have a completely broken relationship, and water to the south. So I think there's also some tyranny of geography when it comes to Pakistan. And we are neither insulated, actually no country is insulated today given the globalization of the world. But especially countries like Pakistan, who have espoused a path which does not subscribe to camp politics, is looking at economic security, has to look at economic diplomacy as the key to the future. Because I think if we don't get the economic strength that we are looking for, everything else falls by the wayside. So the real challenge to me for Pakistan's foreign policy going forward is how do we move from more political diplomacy to more economic diplomacy as we find benefits around the world. This is easier said than done, given the flux, but that's the direction we have to take.
Thank you, sir. With profound apologies from Lodi Sahib, we have the Turkish NSA online. We will now invite His Excellency Mr. Ibrahim Kalin, Chief Advisor to the President of the Republic of Turkey. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you all for your kind invitation, and commend you and my dear brother Mohammed Yusuf for organizing this second edition of Islamabad Security Dialogue. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person for obvious reasons because of the war to our north, which we're trying to facilitate to come to an end. I will have a couple of things to say about that, but I think that this is a very timely meeting that you're organizing, because we need to have multiple voices, different voices from different parts of the world, because we are still living in a deeply Eurocentric world in which our visions of world order, politics, international institutions, economy, geopolitical conceptions are still shaped by this Eurocentric understanding of world order. In fact, one of the problems that we have is precisely our inability to overcome this Eurocentric vision, even though I think a lot of criticism academically, philosophically of Eurocentrism has been made, and very good ones actually, convincing ones, primarily coming from within the West, but also from Asia, from China, from other parts of the world. But we are still yet to overcome its lasting impact in our perception of culture, politics, society, artificial hierarchies, and all the way to other more difficult issues such as racism, Islamophobia, xenophobia, and other related issues. The reason I raise this issue is that part of the problem we are facing, and this in fact goes to the very heart of the Ukrainian war that we are all trying to bring to an end, is all related to the power disequilibrium that has shaped the international order since the end of the Cold War. The end of the Cold War was supposed to give us a new world order in which principles of justice, equality, fairness will have been the dominant principles. That did not turn out to be the case. The bipolar world turned into a kind of a unipolar world again, and the power disequilibrium that was created after the end of the Cold War led to a lot of security anxieties on the part of many countries outside the Western world, outside Europe, certainly in Asia, in Southeast Asia, in Africa, in Latin America, in the Balkans, in Central Asia, in the Middle East, and other parts of the world. So we are still dealing with the impact of this lack of order, if you like, or power disequilibrium that has to be addressed in a serious manner, because we are hoping and trying very hard to end the Ukrainian war. But once this is over, a new security architecture will have to emerge to address the security concerns and anxieties that have led to the Ukrainian crisis and to the war that we are trying to end right now. Therefore, every step that we take to deal with this crisis at the moment in regards to Ukraine, in regards to Russia, in regards to relations between Russia and the Western Bloc, NATO, position of China, Pakistan, and other countries, will have an impact on how that architecture will be built and shaped, and it will have, I think, long-term consequences in terms of how the security architecture will impact geopolitical dynamics in the years to come. Therefore, we see it as really critical to see the long-term impact of the steps that we will be taking in dealing with the current crisis at the moment. This new security architecture will have to be based on a sense of belonging rather than exclusion, and a sense of justice and fairness in the real sense of the term, rather than kind of a selfish, Eurocentric or any type of other ethnocentric understanding of geopolitics. And it has to give a sense of a balance between the forces of globalization on the one hand and the sense of one's own identity, self-perception, loyalty, and belonging. Globalization has given the sense of losing oneself in a sea of change. If globalization is like this big wave coming over you from the ocean, you look for an anchor point, and usually that tends to be kind of a very narrow understanding of petty nationalism or nativism. That, of course, doesn't help in a world in which everything has become intertwined. We all have to interact with the rest of the world, economically, politically, socially, culturally, and for a number of other reasons like security, the fight against terrorism, climate change, energy security, and all these other issues. They require us to have a broader understanding of world politics and our interactions with different parts of the world. But on the other hand, defending oneself or standing out for one's own sense of self-perception, culture, history, and identity doesn't mean that we have to close ourselves up to the rest of the world. We have to strike a balance between this global understanding of the world and where we stand, our anchor point in that world. I don't think the so-called fight, struggle between the globalists and the nativists is the answer to the question that we are trying to answer. We have to find another way, another set of references, another framework to address this issue, because some of the questions that have been presented are rather fallacious and they are misguided from the very beginning. We have to change some of the questions also that have at least defined the parameters of the world order over the last 3 decades or so. So I want to invoke one of the greatest scholars of Islamic history, someone who I'm sure everybody knows, whose ideas and works have stood the test of time. Imam Ghazali once said that which exceeds its limits turns into its opposite. Imam Ghazali, who was a great scholar of Islamic philosophy, Sufism, law, social and political sciences, but more importantly, really a man of great insights and a great sage, wrote this principle in relation to human affairs in general, whether philosophical or juridical, religious, legal, or political. And I believe it's something that can be applied to everything we do, but more so, given the realities that we are facing in the world today at the geopolitical level, to some of the global, international political issues. That which exceeds its limits turns into its opposite. When you overdo something, you lose the balance. If you are too protective, if you are applying a very narrow understanding of your own interests, in fact, you end up hurting your own interests, because all of our interests, security interests, economic interests, human interests, are intertwined. If I am sacrificing your security in the name of my own security, I end up actually sacrificing all of our security. Because in this world of interconnections, interconnectivity, if you like, everything is related to everything else, and no one is safe until all of us are safe. And no one will be safe economically or prosperous unless everybody shares in that global wealth. If you look at the world picture today, the world has never been as rich as it is today in its history. But the gap between the rich and the poor has never been wider either. So we have a problem. And we have to address this issue of security, terrorism, poverty, equality, access to resources on a fair basis. That has not been the case for the functioning of the global order over the last 3 decades. I'm not even talking about the Cold War period, that it had its own dynamics. But the period we are living through right now is going to present more difficulties if you don't address these issues at their core. Therefore, the Ukrainian war should give us a pause while we try to end it, as I said. And as you know, we are trying our best as Turkey. We just hosted, I believe, an important meeting in this whole process since the beginning of the war over the last 5 weeks or so. Probably the most important meeting of the negotiators took place here in Istanbul with some concrete outcomes where the two sides, the Russian and the Ukrainian sides, have said that they made progress and obtained greater understanding of their positions, and we continue our intensive efforts to bring the two sides together, bridge the gap between the two, and bring their positions closer so that the presidents of Ukraine and Russia can have a meeting sooner rather than later to address the critical issues in the Ukrainian crisis. Like our president spoke to President Zelensky last night, and he will be speaking in about an hour to President Putin again to follow up on this issue. But I think this Ukrainian war should make us think and reconsider some of the assumptions that have shaped our understanding of the world, world politics, relations between East and West, North and South, global equality or inequality, equilibrium or its lack thereof. That is the disequilibrium that I refer to, the Eurocentric architecture that has shaped global order for decades. All these things, I think, should give us a chance to think about these issues and imagine a different set of issues and priorities so that we avoid the next war, next conflict. If we don't address these issues now, even if the Ukrainian war comes to an end, I don't know, God knows when, I hope sooner rather than later, we will be bound to face other types of wars and crises in our geography or in different parts of the world with major and devastating global implications and repercussions. No conflict in the world can be described as purely local or localized anymore. Anything that happens any part of the world has this immediate impact on the rest of the world, because now we live no longer in the age of the snowball effect, but rather in the age of the butterfly effect. The snowball effect age was more mechanical, it was more incremental, it was more predictable. You know, you could see the snowball coming down from the mountain, from the hill, and you can kind of calculate like how long it will take, what will be its weight, and where it will go, or where it will stop or will not stop. But the butterfly effect is a whole different game. Something happening in one part of the world having this huge impact, invisible at first, but could be devastating at the end in another part of the world. And this impact, a little, fluffing of the wings of a butterfly in Indonesia could cause a tsunami in another part of the world. And I think this is exactly why we are also so at a loss from time to time to understand what's happening, to predict what may happen. And all this requires a different set of tools to understand politics, society, culture, history, and other related issues. And there, I believe the voices that will come from the non-Western world will be extremely important and significant. We will, of course, continue to engage our colleagues and friends and scholars and experts in any part of the world. Don't get me wrong, this is not a kind of a third world, anti-Western, campaign that I'm talking about. I'm talking about serious engagement. But the voices coming from different parts of the world, from Asia, from Pakistan, from China, from Southeast Asia, Africa, Latin America, are as valuable and important as any other voice coming from other parts of the world. The net reality is that the world order that was created after the end of the Cold War has really not brought any kind of peace, stability, or sense of justice to the world. Therefore, I think that requires us, again, as responsible actors, as agents of our own actions, to look into this issue very carefully and increase this kind of dialogue and consultation. The global order, global world order, whatever you call it, has really failed to deliver on a number of issues. That reminds me of the famous quote from Voltaire, who was once asked about the Holy Roman Empire, his opinion, and he said famously, it was neither holy nor Roman nor empire. And the global world order is really neither global nor world nor order. We have to redefine all these terms. If global means only a certain part of the world, it's not global. If world means only certain privileged nations of the world, that's not the world. And if order means a kind of a selfish, ethnocentric understanding of how world events should be run, that's not order. That requires, I think on our part, serious intellectual thinking, engagement, combined with responsible policies that will, I believe, overcome the deficiencies of the current world order and give us a chance to chart a new course as we face new realities in the decades to come. I want to thank you all again for giving me the chance to share these few moments with you and wish you the best of success in our meeting.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for taking time and speaking with us on this forum. We are really grateful for you to be able to participate here. Thank you once again from all of us here in Islamabad. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
We can continue our discussion regarding Pakistan's path, how we can chart our way forward. But before going back to the topic, I would, can you please bring in General Lodi Sahib? Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Wa alaikum assalam. Can you hear me properly?
Sir, first of all, apologies for keeping you waiting. We had some technical issues at our end. Sir, I hope you were you were able to listen to the NSAs who have spoken before, the 7 NSAs of our the other
I've been
countries.
able to listen partially to General Janjua and then whatever Dr. Moeed Yusuf said after him, and now also heard Ibrahim Saab from Turkey. That is all.
Sir, so basically, there is one question, having worked in the National Security Division for the last 1.5 years almost, something that really intrigues me is, I think it would be a fair comment to state that the Pakistan's NSA's office is probably younger or a new kind of an office compared to the countries which have their NSAs for ages. Having worked here, Janjua Saab, you have worked there, so you are our current NSA. Let me ask or begin from Lodi Saab. Sir, what in your view, how the office of the NSA can be strengthened, and how by strengthening the office of the NSA, basically in furthering the interests of Pakistan. So you have the experience, all three of you have the experience. So your take on it, sir.
Thank you very much. Whenever you in any governmental setup, whenever you talk about the strength of a ministry or of an entity, or it depends at one, that how much heed is paid to whatever you are saying. That is one point. And second, more important is that then whatever you say, how it gets implemented, and that depends that what all other ministries, how do they behave with the NSA and the directions given regarding NSA. So in my opinion, whatever I have seen, I have been there for just about 2-3 months. I saw that whereas there's a lot of potential in this office to work out policies, to evaluate things, because he's comparatively at ease as compared to some other ministries, especially the Prime Minister Secretariat is very busy. So he has all the inputs, and he can actually evaluate what all is going on and think over it and give his recommendations. But then what happens to those recommendations? For example, this a very fine document has come up, and I must congratulate Dr. Mohammed Yusuf for that, our new comprehensive security policy. But now it has to be seen that how much the Ministry of Defense, and once I say Ministry of Defense, I am talking about all the others who are related to it, how much they listen to it. And Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Interior, these four are the key ministries, I would say, and of course others also. So, for example, if we say that we want people-centric security policy, which is very correct, and the whole world knows that nowadays the supreme national interest is the welfare of the people of any country. So, if we think that our resources should be more aligned, and we should be more active as far as talking about our economy is concerned, and we should make alignments, and we should make our foreign policy and our defense policy in a way that we accrue the economic benefits. Now it will depend that all other policies are also geared up in the same direction, and they become subservient to this national cause. So that is the main, if I have to say it in as a last sentence, that the inertia which is there in foreign office, in defense institutions, in interior organizations, those will be the impediments which may not, or which will slow down the desire of our present National Security Advisor.
Thank you, sir. Well, thank you for your intervention. The way our NSA makes us work, I think at the NSA's office is already on steroids. So, continuing the discussion, sir. Sir, what is your take on this, strengthening the office of the NSA?
I think in our environment, NSA is a cultural change. And it is very recent, very new. And it will obviously take some time for it to establish itself well. Earlier on, we have always been looking towards our security institutions for such like issues, but now the culture is changing. And I'm sure this office is very positive, and this is making its contributions. And 2-3 more NSAs are required for this institution to get mature, and everyone to accept this institution. And I'm sure if we continue with this, there will be a oneness, and NSA will find his categoric place in the governmental setup. And there are various suggestions how to strengthen. While I worked, I had only 3-4 people with me. And now when I see Mr. Mohit with complete team, and I think they have come a long way. So there are many organizational suggestions which we can always work out and make them acceptable and make this office efficient, not heavy, but efficient. And this institution should grow, should continue, should mature like other countries, because the change that we are referring to, the fluid world order that we are referring to, we are bound to confront security situations. So we must have a man who is committed to it dedicatedly, who has everything under focus, and then he can be one person who can make his suggestions to the government. I thank you.
Very well said. Sir, the last word from you, the NSA.
It's odd that you're asking me how to fix my weaknesses. Look, I mean, I think, first of all, let me just say that what the work that was done before we came into this office is really what mattered for us to be able to build on. So there, I think, Janjua and Lodi, and I must also recognize Sir Taj Aziz Saab, who worked, who actually set up this division, and then there were many before him. I'll say 3 things. One, first, I think there's a lack of understanding on what an NSA is supposed to do. And we did a lot of homework on this when we came into office, looked at other models. There are basically 2 things that are common, and then different countries do it differently. One is national security dialogues with counterpart countries. And the second one is to be the principal coordinator on national security for the chief executive. So essentially, if you are going to be the coordinator, what you need is a hub and spoke model where you sit in the middle, you get inputs, and then you crystallize or distill them for the chief executive. That structure, I think it's in place, but it will keep getting stronger as this cycle continues. And you're right, I think 2 or 3 NSAs, I was just chuckling, because the quickest way to do that would be to bring in an NSA once a month and get through this in 3 months and see whether we get there. The point is, we have to understand the value of this office. And right from the chief executive down, this has to happen. And I think to a large extent it has happened. The other thing is, you have a national security policy which is a mother document now, and its implementation is the responsibility of this office and division. That, I think, is in itself a critical role and more than a full-time job. So I'm actually very optimistic. I think in some ways we have broken the barrier of this question of the value addition. Now it's just about making sure that it's rehearsed enough, that the input that's going in is useful, and our chief executive of the country and others around can build on it. Finally, I'll also say that keep in mind there's no other body in Pakistan apart from the National Security Committee where the civilian and military leadership sit together. And I frankly had not understood the value of that setup in our context before I came into this office. But I think it's a uncomparable and irreplaceable kind of model to have the real conversations about strategic direction and crisis management.
Thank you, sir. Control box, do we have some time or have we overrun our time? Yeah, I think we still have some time before the next session starts. Let me go back to Khalid Lodi Sahib. Sir, I would like to have your, views on the recently finalized, approved, and issued national security policy. I'm sure you must have read it, the public version. And what do you get out of it? I mean, what is your sense of this national security policy, and if you kind of, see it in the regional context, geoeconomics, the connectivity, and so on and so forth, how this thing, it fits into a region and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you asking me? Hello?
We can hear you, sir.
Okay. As I said earlier, the best thing which has happened is that we have officially and in a document recognized that the supreme national interest is the welfare and well-being of our people. And if we have said so, and I think if we can pursue this, that would be a great thing to do. And what I've understood after going through that part of the document, which is public, that there are certain things which are totally our internal, you can say, things that we can do with ourselves. And let me list them, just 2-3 of them. And top of the list, I would say, is education. Then is justice and health. So nobody stops us from outside to improve our education system, to improve our health system, and to improve our justice system. And if I have to, I will not like to prioritize them, but I think justice and education are very important, and of course health also. But then there are certain things which are regional, or you can say transnational in a way, and economy is one of them. Then is of course this media, the part that media is playing, which is perception management, again which is related to the security of the people. So I think in the region and beyond also, our full effort should be to increase the number of friends and to decrease the number of enemies. And we should also keep in mind that being an enemy does not, or being an antagonist on any, because of any reason, does not necessarily mean that we should cut off all communications. This is one thing which I think we must try to understand. And keep in mind the last episode with this undirected missile which came to Pakistan from Indian side. I mean, if there was one thing which I felt which was badly missing, was the communication between the two countries. Well, once you are neighbors, two nuclear powers with no reaction time, and there's no hotline between your prime ministers and between your NSAs and between the army chiefs. It is killing. It is putting at jeopardy the lives of 1.5 billion people of this area. So I think if we have to look after the welfare of our people, we have to look beyond our prejudices and our perceptions. We can have our problems, all right. We can live with them. We can talk on them. But if you don't talk, how will you resolve your issue? So in my opinion, communication, not only this electronic communication, but also physical communication. I'm talking about the connectivity. That should become our priority. I'm talking about the external factors. The internal factors I've already said. That if you continue with the same justice system which is prevailing today, where a labor on the street and the prime minister of the country is not satisfied with that, then what are we doing about it? Why are we sitting on it? And similarly, the education system, and of course the health, we are doing a bit on the health side also. And this perception management, again, we have to save our people. It is a war of narratives. So not only that, we have to fight back the negativities which are being fed to our people, but we also have to create some positivities in the minds of our own people, because mind is the ultimate target of your detractors. So I would say that we must pay attention to connectivity, we must pay attention to communication, especially with India also. And then also we must try to have both positive and defensive attitudes, defensive mechanisms as far as perception management and perception modification techniques are concerned. These are now proper sciences which are working. So if I have to say two things, I would say internally, education, health, justice, externally, connectivity and perception management.
Thank you very much, sir. I just picked a phrase from your statement that we should strive to decrease the number of enemies and try to increase the number of friends. That's a very good, it sounds very good, and I really liked it. But sometimes it happens that your enemy wants to remain your enemy even though you want him to be your friend. So sometimes you are in a fix, sometimes that situation occurs. But anyways,
true.
Sir, coming to General Janjua Saab, sir, connectivity. Of course, connectivity is an important element in the overall national security policy, regional connectivity. So while I would request you to give us a broader overview of what you think about the national security policy, and a second question, a short, small question to it is that there is, just to borrow a phrase from NSA, he often uses the elephant in the house. So, I mean, if we have to connect regionally, there are certain issues, I think, which do not actually kind of augur well for actually implementing this connectivity, the idea of connectivity. There are so many issues. And is it fair to say then that the national security policy, although it is very good on paper, but some of its aspects are such that they are dependent on the environment, and then you have to kind of, again, navigate through that, and perhaps some of the parts may have to wait till the time the environment is good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. When I look at national security policy, I outrightly take it as a step in right direction. This is what we needed. I also look at it thankfully that yes, today we have a national security policy. And then, since we are a nation with our aspirations, we are a versatile nation, the world is also ever changing. So when we have something, we can always amend it. We can always correct it. We can always improve it. So basic thing is that today we have a national security policy. Why do I say thankfully about this? Because it is back in 2010 that I was deputed by General Kiani from Army side to come to President NDU, who was actually tasked to formulate a national security policy. And it was in 2010 that we started working on this. And we had members from all the ministries coming to NDU. We had the faculty sitting there. And then I was lucky, I was myself posted as President NDU. So then it became my domain. And I know that how many interactions that we have had. So I deposited one before I went to Commander Southern Command. So when I came back, I got it, with a lot of improvements by Sadiq Saab. He had worked on it. So everyone worked on it. Then as NSA, it was really, really my ambition, you can say. Was my purpose, was my mission to let it go, let it be issued. But obviously I was dogged by Dawn League, I was dogged by this Panama, and then there was not an environment of national consensus. So we were into a different thing. And thank God, then Mohit Yusuf Sahab got an opportunity, he worked on it, and I really appreciate that he went through, I handed over this to Jan Lodi worked over it. And then it came to Mohit Yusuf Sahab. So we all in the line have worked on this, and thank God, today we have a national security policy. Now we can always do whatever we like with this to serve our national interests. And concept of security has always been, redefined with the passage of time. It is under a redefinition because war has also been redefined. The war is no more restricted to the borders. The war has also permeated right into our people. So war has changed its character. So the concept of security has also been altered. The concept of security also needs to be revisited, redefined. And hence, basically people are affected by this kind of war. So people become the stakeholders. The states are then responsible for ensuring their well-being, for ensuring their security. Hence, the people have become the stakeholder of the overarching concept of security. So this is one attempt that we have made along with Jan Lodi and all of us. This is the first attempt. And we can always improve it with a change in the environment. So it's there. Alhamdulillah, it is there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now connectivity.
The last word from the NSA.
I tell you, there's so many things in which our future resides. Our people. And then, obviously, so much more. And connectivity is also our asset, is the essence of our economic prosperity in the coming years. The pressure, the stress that we are undergoing is again this connectivity. You have a fair idea that the future century belongs to Asia. All the economic predictions are there. So Asia is being stalled. Who is there in Asia? China. Anything which is done against China affects you because we are correlated. Now, Russia. So these are the future challengers of US. And from the region, who has become ally of US is India. So actually our region has been altered. Its security apparatus has been fiddled badly without any sensitivity. But the fact of the matter is that future world is Asia. So one of the prominent thing of this Asia is connectivity. And look at the connectivity potential of whole of the Asia is north and semi-north is frozen. Pacific is too far. Sorry, we are co-located with Europe. So only opening is in Indian Ocean. And now Indian Ocean makes the mouth of Asia. I've been telling my Indian friends that you are a waterlogged and landlocked country. From India, where do you go? From Pakistan, you go everywhere in Asia. From Iran, combined. So this is the connectivity that is our asset, and we have to build on that. CPAC is just half of the dream of this prosperous future. The other half resides in Afghanistan, Central Asian republics, going up to Russia in good times, then Iran and Europe. So this is the future world. So this will come about through this connectivity. I thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, last word for you.
I think Janju has summed up very well. Look, I mean, why do we need an NSP? This was the first question I asked when I came into office, and not one, but I think there are about 10, 15 drafts that were on my table. And the reason I essentially concluded this had to be my top priority was that when I went around asking people who matter in the country, decision makers, what is national security? The answer would be people, a broad kind of conception. And then I would say, let's put this down on paper, and everybody would say, no, it's too amorphous, it's not easy to bring together, so perhaps. And then I realized that unless we can put this on paper, the first step will not be taken. So I think that's exactly what this is. It's a statement of intent. It doesn't show Pakistan's reality today. It shows where Pakistan intends to go. But let me just say this myself, because a lot of people have asked me. It's essentially a piece of paper unless we are able to implement it. And that's the real challenge. How do we move from here in terms of implementing this policy? And for that, unfortunately, it's not in the public eye, but we have a very, very detailed, exhaustive plan which is already underway. But it's not going to be easy. And just going to your connectivity point to conclude, I repeat, I mean, Janju is right, what Jan Lodi has said is right, but I ask a simple question. Two internationally sanctioned neighbors on the West, and India that is going from bad to worse, what does connectivity mean for Pakistan? So we are in a suboptimal situation, but the intent is very clear, the direction is clear, and we've got to find our way to move forward within this minefield. Just because things are not where we want them to be, if it was ideal, everybody would be connected. So that's the challenge, and we'll take it up.
Thank you. I think we had a wonderful and quite thorough discussion on by the NSAs, the 7 NSAs who spoke before, then our own NSAs, our veteran NSAs, our current NSA. They have spoken their hearts out. Without further ado, I would just thank you, sir, Janjua, Lodi Saab, thank you very much. NSA Yusuf, thanks a lot. And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
May I have the urgent attention of the audience, please? Our last and upcoming session conducts a very exciting discussion on disinformation in the age of information. This session will feature a panel of highly distinguished speakers, including Mr. Javed Jabbar, former Federal Secretary, as keynote, Ms. Oksana Boyoko of RT, Ms. Lucian of CGTN. Both journalists have in the recent times interviewed the Honorable Prime Minister of Pakistan. India's most prolific journalist, Mr. Karan Thapar, will also be a part of the upcoming panel, and Dr. Hussain Nadeem of Islamabad Policy Research Institute. We will take a very brief break of 10 minutes so that you can all enjoy refreshments. The session will recommence within 10 minutes. I request all the audience stepping out to please return in a timely manner, as you would not want to miss out on the upcoming session. Thank you.
भाईजान अंदर 4-5 बोतल पानी की भेजें स्टेज पे जल्दी।
ठीक है, मैं फौरन भेज रहा हूँ, मैं पूरा इम्पैक्ट लेके आ रहा हूँ।
हेलो। 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 हेलो चेक।
Can I ask the NSD team to please round up all the speakers and the guests from outside, ask them to come in, because we're going to start the session. We have guests waiting online from across the world, so I don't want to keep them waiting. Please, all NSD staff and organizing team members, Azaz, Salman. यार आप बाहर जाएं, जो लोग टीम ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम मेंबर उनसे कहें कि गेस्ट्स को अंदर करें फटाफट. Azaz and call Musharraf. He's here. आप जाएं फिर सबको बुला के लेकर आएं. और एजाज जितना एनएसडी स्टाफ बाहर है सबको ये इंस्ट्रक्शन पास करें कि राउंड अप करना शुरू. आप भी बाहर जाके हमारे एनएसडी स्टाफ को कहें कि गेस्ट को अंदर बुलाएं. So a little lost and found announcement. Two people have lost their things. One is an ID card and one is a wallet. If anybody in the audience has lost a wallet or an ID card, please let any of the organizing team members know. Thank you.
Welcome back, honorable guests. We now begin the fourth and the last session of day one of the Islamabad Security Dialogue. The session titled Navigating Disinformation and Discourse in the Information Age focuses on revolution in information and communication technologies and the opportunities and challenges it presents. This session aims to examine the challenges posed by the information revolution and map pathways for the use of modern communications and information tools to foster social harmony and generate substantive discourse on domestic and global issues. The panel discussion will be moderated by Mr. Musharraf Zaidi, founder of the Bad Lab, an Islamabad-based think tank. I would like to request Mr. Musharraf Zaidi to please come on stage. I would also like to request the esteemed panelists of this session, Ms. Oksana Boyoko, journalist and host of Worlds Apart, Russia Today, to please come on stage. I now request Dr. Hussein Nadeem of Islamabad Policy Research Institute to please join us on stage. I also welcome the esteemed panelists of this session joining us virtually, Mr. Shane Harris of Washington Post, USA, Mr. Karan Thapar of Infotainment Television, India, and Ms. Liu Shen of China Global Television Network. The keynote address of this session will be presented by the Honorable former Federal Minister for Information, Mr. Javed Jabbar. I request the Honorable former Federal Minister, Mr. Javed Jabbar, to please come on stage.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Dr. Moeed Yusuf, for your gracious invitation. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be here. Even though I missed the inaugural session, the preceding sessions have been most informative, and I have the privilege of being with very distinguished listeners to me, because I have not been allowed to sit with you. I have been demoted after I deliver my unprecious thoughts back to where I belong, with the masses. So we'll listen to you. But truly, felicitations to Dr. Moeed Yusuf for this initiative. I'm struck by the title, Islamabad's Security Dialogue, at a moment in time when insecurity grips the capital and the country. What confidence and what optimism. May this sense of security transcend these transient political conflicts. How do we navigate disinformation and discourse in the information age? An unprecedented age. Information has been there from the very inception of humanity. We've been absorbing information from the moment we are born. But this information age is the age of phenomenal convergence. It brings industry, brings information technology, brings connectivity, and all media into this single angel come devil. Never happened before. How do we deal with this? On the one hand, emancipation, unprecedented emancipation of a single individual or a whole nation, and at the same time enslavement by the state, enslavement by giant corporations that control platforms and servers, be they in China, be they in the US, enslavement. And finally, even the individual, in a way, is enslaved by algorithms or super algorithms, unless you know what algorithms are doing to you. So it's a paradox of an age we live in. And in this, one senses erosions. First of all, the erosion of conventional national state frontiers, which are considered essential for security. Pakistan's communication frontiers have rarely exceeded its physical frontiers, whereas not just America, but many other countries of the world have communication frontiers that envelope the planet with no regard to territory. In our case, there has probably been a shrinking of our communication frontiers because we are not at the edge of technology. We are not controlling servers. We barely ever get seen in Pittsburgh or Pennsylvania or Tokyo or Kyoto. Most of the time we are talking to ourselves. So that's one major erosion of frontiers. A second is the erosion of coherence. Coherence partly because of the sheer volume of information that has never before grown at the speed and at the variety and the simultaneity with which information is growing. A specialist in a given field can't keep pace with his own field, leave alone get to know another field. And that has outstripped humanity's capacity to manage the information that humanity is producing for the first time. All previous ages of information, human beings were more or less able to manage, to cope with what they were producing as information. And from that follows the erosion of attention spans. Anything beyond 2 minutes is supposed to be too long for social media. It's a wonder that we still manage to put out programs that do hold attention, but discernibly, especially tragically amongst youth, most evident in the decline in the reading of printed books or daily newspapers. Of course, there's electronic versions, but there's very clearly an erosion of humanity's historic willingness to patiently read and continue reading for hours and days. And finally, which brings me to this subject, erosion of the distinction between information and disinformation. All information, in my humble opinion, destabilizes because it changes your perception of whatever condition you happen to be living in. It changes that perception for the better or for the worse. But all information destabilizes. But what all disinformation does is not just destabilizing, it damages, it destroys, it burns up the confidence and trust that you have in individuals and institutions. It shatters confidence and perception. Very invidious. And there are multiple streams of disinformation. News, of course, is the biggest channel. Fake news, true news, but even analysis. You have opposites. You have a refusal to agree on facts. Someone else's objectively verified facts are dismissed as fiction. Today's Dawn carries a half-page advertisement about this government claiming to have created 5 million jobs. You see leaders from the opposition daily negating this, mocking it, saying not a single job was created. What is fact? Is the government lying? 5 million jobs? And they've given the data. The Pakistan Labour Survey, the Pakistan Statistics Survey, blah, blah, blah. But here you have responsible former federal ministers. And I hold no brief for this government, except that I think it has a right to complete its tenure along with Parliament. But there are multiple forms of disinformation. News is the biggest. Current affairs analysis, infotainment, the new bala, drama, cinema. And we have to thank our beloved neighbor for producing this latest atrocity called the Kashmir Files, which is driving Muslims to utter desperation. The hate it is engendering in the Hindutva and even in the non-Hindutva brigade, built on disinformation, masquerading as entertainment. So, disinformation is all around us. How do we deal with this? It's going to be very tough, but we need to begin with individual capacity. The single individual human being, literate, educated, sophisticated, who has access to prior information against which he can judge disinformation, as much as the illiterate, unread, but a guy with access to this, so he thinks he knows, and he keeps in touch with what's happening daily, but has no historical context, depth. And yet we need to build capacity of both individuals to be able to tell what is news, who is the source of this news, the first who, and who is the second who has edited it, who has certified this, and not to be overawed by the virality of numbers. 500,000 people have seen it, so it must be true. Absolutely not. Even if 5 million people see something on social media, that does not legitimize it. But alas, due to very large-scale media illiteracy, in an age of information explosion, The average citizen is completely unaware of the well-kept secrets of who owns media, what are their cross-media interests, who has a cement mill or a paper mill to protect and is also running a television channel. The citizen doesn't know. The citizen doesn't know who is earning what from mass media, who is being paid what. How strong is the influence of advertising, encroaching into editorial content, collaborating with media owners to decide prime time slots, and also on social media. Surveillance capitalism. So, 4 tiers. We need a 4-tiered regulatory approach. The first, a global consensus-based regulatory framework for media that transcend national frontiers. And virtually all media do this. There are signs of this emerging in the European Union, which has belatedly woken up to whatever Google or Amazon or what have you have been doing. Of course, they're crying panic. They're saying curbs on freedom of expression. That's the favorite slogan of all media, curbs on freedom of expression. No such thing. There has to be more effective global media regulation, conventional media and social media. Second, there has to be national state regulation, which makes it mandatory, unlike global regulation, which may not be possible to enforce. We need national state regulation, which is progressive, not repressive, which is built on extensive prior consultation with all stakeholders, especially citizens, unlike the abortive attempt to introduce something called the Pakistan Media Development Authority, which was hardly ever shared with people before creating that entity. Fortunately, it has not progressed. Third, the toughest form, self-regulation by media. The media love this term, self-regulation. You leave it to us. The state better not get involved. The state is inimical, the state is repressive. So, we alone know what is good for us. And that is absolute shibboleth. Most pronouncedly so in Pakistan. Self-regulation means lack of transparency, means self-aggrandizement, means self-protection. So even for self-regulation, the state needs to define a framework on how media should self-regulate. 9 years ago, the Supreme Court made the mistake of asking me to serve on the Media Commission with Justice Nasir Aslam Zahid. We submitted 38 recommendations, only some regarding forensic audit of some extremely suspicious transactions and payments were accepted, but all those dealing with institutional change in the regulatory systems of Pakistan, in the self-regulatory systems of Pakistan, after receiving pledges from media owners to our faces saying, oh, absolutely, sir, we will self-regulate, not a single step has seen the light of day. And like all reports, it is humming, it is resting very placidly and peacefully with a lot of dust, and reports love dust. They love covering themselves with dust. And there are those who don't want to disturb that peace. And lastly, social regulation by civil society, by citizens who should stop being anesthetized and robotized by the mass-scale brainwashing conducted by advertising. And incidentally, since I've survived advertising, and I have also been guilty, proudly guilty of inflicting advertising on innocent consumers, I'd like to share the fact that to keep us on our toes, in my company I had put up a sign so that our staff remembered every day what it is we were doing. That sign said, Edgar Schroff said it so memorably. He said, advertising is the art of making whole lies out of half-truths, that is also disinformation. So, how do you do social regulation which is not repressive, which doesn't curb the right to market and promote products, and yet protects the citizen and the consumer from the balderdash that a lot of advertising promotes today? And with social regulation, there is a dire need for authentic public service broadcasting and media. We have state media in Pakistan, as we do in other countries. We do not have a single public service media system in our country. A public service media system has to have two conditions. Number one, it should not be state-controlled or state-owned. Number two, it should not be dependent on advertising revenue. Then alone can media exercise an independent, balanced appraisal and present information that is valuable to people. And it can be done. If corporate philanthropy in Pakistan, which is one of the most generous, compassionate nations on earth, we give so abundantly to the poor and to many other lost and found causes. If corporate philanthropy were to step forward and support media activism by citizens, that alone will empower citizens to create a voice that is parallel to the media, because media have all the power and the citizens have none. So, in an ideal world, that's my wish list. Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mr. Javed Jabbar, for your keynote address. We now begin the panel discussion. An important announcement, this session will be followed by a 10-minute question and answer session moderated by Mr. Musharraf Zaidi. Over to you, sir.
That have contributed. Okay, let me start again. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, before I talk about anything else, Javed Jabbar, you're sitting over there because you are way above the stature of folks here. So thank you for that enlightening sort of, and as always, eloquent description of some of the challenges and the proposed solutions. I just wanted to congratulate the National Security Division and all the think tanks that have been involved in putting this together. I think at the kind of place that Pakistan is in right now, for this to even be happening, for it to be a relatively full house, people that, you know, don't turn around, relatively, everybody that's here, do not worry about what is happening in this country right now, because this is going to pass. We've had worse political crises, we've had better political crises. I don't think we've had as handsome a political crisis, but we'll get past this one as well. I know Karan Thapar is in a rush, and I'm always in a rush as well. So I want to jump right into the conversation. I think that a lot of us that come to conferences like this, that read the Washington Post, you know, that think of ourselves as the global sort of liberal, quasi-liberal, maybe even conservative, but very sane, very civilized sort of folks. We have this idea about disinformation as this really bad thing that bad people do. And in many countries, and it's unfortunate that I'm Pakistani and this is the Islamabad Security Dialogue and Karan is Indian, and I'm going to ask him this question first, but it has nothing to do with the dynamics of South Asia, Karan, rest assured. What I wanted to ask was, I see a lot of Indian friends that are really upset at the direction India has taken over the last few years. Things like the Kashmir files is just one indicator of, I think, an entire cultural shift that we've seen in this great country. I think India is a great country, but I think its people have been misled down a very narrow path out of which it's looking more and more difficult to come out of. But that's my kind of globalist liberal view. There's an alternative view, and that is that the people of India didn't have their voices heard for like 60 years. And finally they got sick of it and they were like, We want to hear what makes us feel good and takes the burden of daily life away from us. And the RSS, BJP combined offered them that avenue. And really, in a sense, it's the failure of a secular, enlightened, progressive India that India is where it is today. I say this in the context of disinformation. Karan Thapar, your thoughts?
Subject, Musharraf, because it's one that is an issue that I grapple with. I think many of my countrymen agonize over every single day. And it's one that came to the forefront in 2014 when Mr. Modi, our present Prime Minister, won his first majority. And it's grown as a problem. It's increased as a crisis, if I can use that word, with every year of his prime ministership. And perhaps it is about at its highest point today. I'm not saying that it's not going to go higher, but compared to the situation of 2014, the situation today is considerably worse than most people imagine. What has happened is that the government has, as a political strategy, deliberately decided to appeal to this country in deliberate, conscious, religious terms, knowing that 80% of the country is Hindu. And our part of the world, yours is very similar. People are very religious. Religion pervades their life, their thinking, their relationship, their psychology. It's very close to them, and that tends to be the case in countries where economic development is limited and religion is your, I won't use that phrase, opium of the masses, because it is deliberately pejorative, but if you go back to what Marx said, it's also the soul of a soulless world, right? That was another part of that same phrase. It is very much the soul of the soulless existence our people live. So when you project your political appeal in those terms, it is winning. But what has happened at the same time is that it has also been done to exacerbate and to exploit divisions. Unfortunately, the history of our two countries means that the Hindu-Muslim divide has been there for quite a while. It got exacerbated in 47, it left behind a trauma for people on both sides of the partition line, and it can be easily scratched and exacerbated and exploited, and that has been deliberately happening. And the net result is that you have appealed to 80% in terms of their religion, which is completely contrary to and a total violation of our constitution, but leave that aside. And in the process, you have also deliberately sought to, I use that colloquial term, demonize another religion. Now, this is not done always in language that is specific and clear. It's done with Muslim dog whistles. I'll give you a couple of examples, and I think you'll understand. 80% of the population of Uttar Pradesh, the biggest state, is Hindu, 20% is Muslim. So when the chief minister who won campaigns in terms of what he calls 80 versus 20, the message is clear to everyone without referring to Hindus and Muslims. When other BJP leaders talk to the Muslim community and say, if you don't like this, go to Pakistan, it's immediately obvious what wounds you're scratching, what horrible memories you're deliberately revising. When politicians talk about Ali and Bajrang Bali is another name for the god Humayun, it's once again obvious what's happening. And it is a very sad thing that's happened. You're right when you say that India could always have been exploited politically, divided politically along these lines, because the fact of the matter is 80% of this country is Hindu. But the important thing is that this country gave itself a constitution where we opted not to compete in religious terms, in what we call communal or what the West calls sectarian terms, to try and forge instead a country where ethnicity, religion, language, culinary differences didn't matter. What mattered instead was the common consciousness of being Indian. India didn't always live up to those ideals. I'm not going to pretend and say it did. But we were always aware that there were some things that were beyond a line and you didn't cross it. That line has been breached. It hardly exists today, and that is the saddest part of it. It's been done deliberately, it's yielded enormous political results, and undoubtedly it will keep happening. And as a result, this is becoming a different country. Once this devil has been let out of the bottle, I'm not saying genie, it is impossible to try and put it back. So this is something liberal Indians, and I'm not saying westernized Indians, there are a lot of very deeply Hindu people who also feel that this deliberate exploitation, this deliberate use of their religion for political purpose is wrong, and it's not Hindu. By the way, Hinduism is one faith where multiple gods are accepted as Hindu gods. You can be perfectly agnostic and atheistic and still totally religiously Hindu.
Of course.
It is not part of our faith to demonize any other. We do not have, unlike the Muslim faith or the Christian faith or the Jewish faith, a received book. We don't have a received hierarchy of priests, right? We don't have an order that you genuflect to like the Pope or the Vatican or Mecca, Medina or Jerusalem and the Wailing Wall. The Hindu faith is a very different faith.
Yep.
But what is being done for political purposes is to try and convert it into something that it's not. And so in the process, you're not just breaching your constitution, dividing your country, but you're also horribly misunderstanding the very nature and character of Hinduism.
Yeah.
This is therefore a great insult not just to the constitution, but perhaps an even bigger insult to the greatness of the Hindu faith. It's being destroyed in the hands of politicians who don't understand it. That is the saddest part as well.
Sure. Karan Thapar, I think this is exactly, I think you've articulated, I think what a lot of us have seen, and I mean, I salute you and thank you for having helped curate our understanding of this India, not just, you know, now, but even for many years before any of this became visible. Shane Harris, you've done fantastic work in journalism throughout your career. The Washington Post is like, you know, one of maybe one or two or three kind of global icons. But in a sense, looking at it from the same vantage point that I asked the question of Karan, if I was to ask you, what is the thinking, you know, in the newsroom, amongst your colleagues, amongst people you know at, like, you know, responsible outlets, and I don't even know what that means anymore, given some of the coverage of Ukraine, Russia, and some of the stuff that we heard about, you know, brown people and desert people and Arabs and what have you. But notwithstanding any of that, how do you deal with the disruptive and destructive capacity of leaders who will, at some level, cultivate January 6th in order to hold on to power and lead Americans that need leadership? They need guidance, they need, you know, they need more attention from West Coast and East Coast liberals. Most of my friends, probably, if you don't mind me being presumptive, probably most of yours. So at a time when that leadership is most required, you have these disruptive forces that improvise and deliberately manipulate information in a way that serves their interests. Is there a legal, Karan referred to the Indian Constitution, and my key sort of proposal to you, Shane, is in order to change constitutions, in order to readjust to a new world, you need to develop consensus. But the disruptive disinformation sort of overlords have mastered the art of destroying the ability to build consensus. Your thoughts, Shane Harris?
Well, those are all very good thoughts, and we struggle, I mean, at a top level, I'll say we struggle in the newsroom, and not just in my newsroom. I think this is true for the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, where I've also worked, and other news organizations that hold themselves out as, you know, we'll often say objective news organizations. Now, we can argue about whether there's actual objectivity in the news, but news organizations that try to adhere to journalistic standards of fairness, of accuracy, of thoroughness. We struggle all the time with how do we cover politicians, particularly, you know, very prominent ones, who are not only lying, let's be honest, let's call it what it is, but are actively trying to mislead people, but are also trying to foment violence. And you know, we have a long history of politicians, you know, spinning and putting their own sort of gloss or gleam on information. And as journalists, we play a role of fact checking and kind of correcting that. What we haven't seen is what we witnessed in the past 4 or 5 years, I would say, a kind of almost activist wing of political parties that was out not just to say that the media was biased or that it was not being fair to all sides, but tried to convince people in this country that the media was actively fabricating information and falsehoods and perpetrating, great lies on people. I mean, I don't want to make this all about former President Trump, but he is the exemplar of this that American news organizations had to contend with. We are used to politicians who say that the media shades things or spins or is dishonest. We've never seen a president, at least in recent memory in this country, come out and accuse the media of actively fabricating and lying and trying to then turn the public against the press as any kind of source of reliable truth. And, part of the greatness of the American press and I think the American system is we do have freedom of speech and freedom of the press enshrined in our Constitution. And it's almost impossible for me to imagine amending the Constitution in such a way that would limit the freedom of the press. I don't think that we would ever do that in this country, and it would be very hard to do it in the first place. But that means that we as journalists now have to contend with, the people we cover trying to turn our audience against us and make us into the enemy. And candidly, I don't think we really are very well equipped to deal with that. The struggle that we went through in newsrooms, and not just in our newsrooms, but the debates and the struggle over whether to say that Donald Trump was lying when we knew that he was knowingly saying things that were not true, which is the definition of a lie, tells you, that we're very uncomfortable with this information. We're very uncomfortable as an industry with how do we cover people who are, willingly being so disingenuous and trying to mislead people. You mentioned January 6th, and I do think, not to overuse the phrase, but that was a real tipping point for a lot of journalists, because what we saw there was the culmination of so much disinformation and so much misleading by so many figures in American politics, actively convincing millions of people that the election was stolen from the president, and it simply is not true. And I think what we face now is a moment where, for us as journalists, we're not merely dealing with politicians who might lie to people and try and turn the press against them. We're dealing with a population that is angry, that is now primed for violence. And that is not something that our system of government is very well equipped to address, never mind the press. So it becomes incumbent upon all of us, I think, not just to do our jobs every day, and as an editor our paper likes to say, creating a home for the truth, which is the Washington Post. I think it's incumbent upon us as reporters to be much more transparent with our audience about what we do and how we do it, so that we don't look like we are just these kind of, all-knowing, people sitting behind the masthead of the great Washington Post, and that should be enough, and you should just trust us because we're the Washington Post. It's incumbent upon us to come out and engage in fora like this, where we talk about what we do, why we're not lying to people, why, yes, we make mistakes, but those are honest mistakes. But what we're trying to do every day is to tell the truth and not take a side. And in my experience, the more that we do that, the more we do tend to then educate people about what journalism is, what its role is, what its limitations are, and create a bit more of a foundation of trust. We're ultimately not asking people to look to us as the ultimate arbiter of truth. We're not trying to be that. We're asking people to be critical thinkers and look to us as a reliable source of true information as they go about making a decision in a democracy and how to be a participating citizen. That is why we have a free press, is in large measure to act, to educate our citizenry about how they can be responsible operators in a democracy. It is an enormous challenge for us as an industry. It is one of the great challenges for us as a country right now. And I wish I had a solution for this. All I know how to do is to show up every day and do my job, and to take an opportunity like this one to talk to people about how it is that we do our job and why we feel it's so important.
Thank you, Shane. I think that sense of, I don't think it's despondent, but there is this sense of almost resignation, in the sense that perhaps the best we can do is just our job. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't let you guys know that we have Oksana and Nadeem here as well, in addition to Karan and Shane and Lou. So with due respect, Lou Shin, if you allow me, I'm going to take the question to Oksana. And in Urdu, in Pakistan, we say, Ghar ki murgi dal barabar, which means what is of the home, we kind of take for granted. So I'm going to come to you last. I'm going to go to Hussein next, after I go to Oksana. Oksana, this conversation about disinformation is super live, I think, for where you're from Russia. And there's a lot of emotion that is completely natural for journalists to have. I'm sure Shane is, as an American, has views about, Russia and is wondering why he's on a panel with somebody from RT. I'm sure you are, would be, if I asked too hard a question or maybe too offensive or too aggressive a question.
Fine.
Well, no, you'd be great. I'm sure you'd be great at answering it. But there are emotions involved. These are human lives, and people have been doing, most of us have been doing what we've been doing for many. I mean, you're of course much younger than me, but the point being that we've been doing it for a while, so we become invested in these stories. When the Western discourse is so singularly, let's not call it anti-Russia, for the sake of argument, but let's say Russia-phobic a little bit, or certainly Putin-phobic. How does that complicate your job as a reporter in trying to tell the truth, but also stay alive? Try to, keep your job and be truthful to your audience, build your sort of social media, credibility. All of these difficult tasks. How difficult is it in the age of disinformation, Oksana?
Thank you, guys. First of all, I want to come back to the speech by Honorable Minister, and he said something very interesting, that we are, and by we I assume you mean Pakistan, we are not on the edge of technology, we don't control the servers, but I have to say, I cannot imagine another venue when an American reporter from the, this hallmark news media organization, the Washington Post, would be sitting on the same panel with God forbid, horrible Putin, whatever, puppet, and as well as a journalist, a very esteemed journalist from China. I'm actually not being facetious here. I cannot even imagine a platform where we all can be brought together, and we also bring with us our own worldviews, our experiences. To come back to your question, I'm not as young as you may seem to believe, because I come to this podium with an experience of covering the wars in Libya, in Syria. I've been to Afghanistan. I've been a war reporter for quite some time. And I think to answer what you asked specifically, and by the way, I also have an American education. Once upon a time, the US State Department gave me a scholarship because they thought that there was some intellectual capacity in me, that I could be true to myself and be a small change in my own country, and I still believe that to be the case. But to answer your question, or to try to answer it yet again, I think misinformation or disinformation is not about where you come from, but whether or not you keep context in mind, and whether or not you deliberately manipulate emotions or not. And if you look at the the recent events in Ukraine, as well as all the previous conflicts where the interest of great powers, specifically the United States, happen to be involved, there's a very specific pattern in coverage. Forget that there's any strategic context is there. So for example, if you switch on CNN, you would not see a mention of NATO at all, as if NATO is not a thing in the Russian-Western relations. You will see lots and lots of stories of human suffering, and I don't want to, play it down. There's lots of human suffering, and we, the Russians, are aware of that more than anyone else, because we all have families in Ukraine. My last name is Boyko. It's a Ukrainian last name. I have family living there, and whatever the information or propaganda campaign there is in the Russian media, I have a direct line to my relatives, as it has the majority of the Russian population. So in a way, it's a very special war or special military operation, I should say, for the Russian leadership, because you cannot manipulate it through traditional media channels. We all have human connections. And there is some similarity, I think, to the Pakistani-Indian tensions as well, even though your conflict has been far more ongoing. But I think it's not difficult for me to keep emotions at bay, even though I do have it and I do have a personal connection. But I think the way you do your job is to be mindful of the context, being mindful of strategic issues involved. And again, I want to congratulate the organizers of this conference, because the word strategy or intellectual discussion, you don't get it anymore. I'm sorry to say it, you don't get it anymore in the West, because the West cannot win on intellectual grounds. They cannot afford an honest intellectual discussion anymore. And you ask me about how you grow your social media presence. We try to do it, at RT, we try to do it the legitimate, proper way. We have very successful Arabic channel. We have very successful Spanish channel. They are the leaders of their environment. They have been flashed on YouTube. You can grow your media presence all you want, but once, the day will come, if you get into the crosshairs of powers that be, they just turn you off. Absolutely no explanation provided. And when you think about this moment in history, I mean, it's not just about Ukraine. Western media want to let you know that it's about the suffering of Ukrainian refugees, and partially it is, but it's not only about that. It's about a moment in history when one country managed to say that it's not gonna play along with Western view of the world. We are actually very close to a nuclear confrontation right now. And you would think that you would wanna see or think what the enemy, the supposed enemy thinks, the rationale, but we are all but forbidden from bringing that perspective to the rest of the world. I can speak to you now, here, and I hope YouTube will not switch it off, but there is no way for us to reach Western audiences anymore, because, we are not considered to be legitimate anymore. We are that evil that you talked about. And by the way, if I may add one last comment, you mentioned January 6th and, this insurrection or mutiny in Washington. But this is the way governments and regimes have been changed all over the world over the last 2 decades, and Western media never called it the end of the world. It's never called mutiny. In Ukraine, government buildings were, like in 2014, when there was a coup, an illegal change of government buildings were occupied for months on end. In Odessa, the Ukrainian city, one of the government-associated buildings was burned with 51 persons alive. Nobody called it a mutiny. So I'm sorry, but I don't agree with you here. People in Washington on January 6th went to the seat of power, they voiced their view. They actually didn't kill anyone there as far as the protesters were concerned. There was a war veteran, a woman who served in Iraq, who was killed by one of the police officers, the security officers there. But as far as I'm concerned, and again, I'm bringing to that my experience in Arab countries and my experience of covering war, that was an exercise of power by the people, which is now presented, obviously, as this huge mutiny. Sorry for being so long.
No, don't apologize at all. I think you've really added, I think to call it just spice would be an understatement, but you've really added some life to the discussion. Essence of life.
No, it's the hallmark of Pakistan. We are very plain people. In Russia, we prefer plain cuisine, but we prefer it straight and hot, that's sure.
Great. So I'm going to, instead of giving it to you straight and hot, I'm going to take it to Hassan, who is my dear friend, and therefore I'll take the liberty of maybe posing a question that's a little more complicated. I also there's a lot to say in what you said, and obviously I disagree with some of it at least. But one thing that I would say is where Russians feeling like they're the bad guy, welcome to the club. As a Muslim who's grown up, post 9/11 and
I understand that, but what I think is very important to say is that I'm not feeling like a bad guy or a bad girl for that matter.
Sure.
I don't like the war situation that it came so close to my home, and I force myself to quote Prime Minister Imran Khan. Maybe he is not Prime Minister for much longer, but I was moved by what he said in one of his interviews, that one of the worst sort of vestiges of colonial thinking, intellectual colonial thinking, is that you always think that somebody else is clever, brighter, knows history better, whatever. I lived enough in the West to, abandon this complex of inferiority and believe that we all have a perspective, our own history, our own culture, our own experiences, and even poverty shapes the way we are, and we all have something to contribute to this world. So, again, my thanks to this venue for allowing different flowers to bloom and allowing this true multipolarity rather than one established view of the world and how it's supposed to develop under the cover of transparency, freedom, human rights, whatever, because there is absolutely no freedom in cutting your enemy at the time when you're on the brink of war. There's no liberty there at all.
Sure. So cutting off people and taking people off their platforms is an interesting sort of proposition. But I wouldn't want us to walk away from here thinking that this is something that only happened to RT. Hussain, you know that in Pakistan we've had multiple prominent television personalities, journalists that have been taken off air. And of course the easy answer is that those are decisions that their channels made, but there's a wider environment, a growing wider environment, at least in this country. We've talked about India, we've talked about the US, we've talked about Russia, although I'm not sure we were very critical of Russia, but I'll get to that in my second round with Oksana. But within Pakistan, we've also seen this tendency to want to deplatform people. And I'm not talking about cancel culture, I'm talking about we don't like somebody's narrative, and so we're just gonna get them kicked off their jobs. Is a robust democracy, the kind that I know you want to build, the kind that I know Dr. Moeed Yusuf is committed to, the kind that I think every Pakistani has fought for over the last 15, 20 years, it doesn't matter where they come from on this, whether you're PTI or any other party, but deplatforming people, which is what RT has suffered vis-a-vis YouTube. How do we stop doing that and yet continue to fight disinformation? It's a pretty difficult challenge, right? Especially when the people that are continuing to spread disinformation, at least in somebody's eyes, continue to own their platforms.
That's a lot of things to unpack over there. What you're really talking about is essentially censorship, silencing dissenting voices. And at the time of disinformation, where such actions also become acceptable by a very large public space. Couple of things here I want to thrash out. One is what you've talked about, the de-platforming people, taking them off air. I think that's the symptom of another problem that is there, which has developed over the past decades, which is our inability to have a dialogue with each other, an open dialogue, ability to listen. We're talking too much, we're not listening enough. The net result of that is if we don't like something, we want to switch it off. For somebody like me who's watching a TV, I would turn the channel. But somebody who's in the position of power, he would also not just turn off the channel, he would turn off the person who's there. So that's something more ingrained in our society which has evolved. The disinformation part, which is there. And since I do data for national security, I would like to bring data on that. See, there are two elements to what I want to talk about. One is disinformation is not new. It's been there since information was there. The second part is that what has changed then? It's the speed and it's the medium. And those two things have changed at a time when the systems in place were not able to innovate enough and in a fast speed to be able to control that. I'll give you one small example of that. In 1999, Pakistan had one state-run broadcaster. 2009, we had 150 private-run news broadcasters. 2009, we had 30 million individual broadcasters on social media, setting the national narrative. What does that mean? It means one very simple thing, which is that the monopoly of state on narratives, which is the state's responsibility under the Westphalian order, the monopoly of narratives, that has shifted from the state actors to the non-state actors, the experts people like you, to random anonymous accounts that are now trolling, that are now saying whatever, schooling somebody like Parvez Udaboy on how to basically think about physics. So that change has come very organically. What has become problematic, and since I sit in the policy system, is our inability to process that much of data. It's impossible for the state now to process the data or to be able to be part of that machine to control the narrative. On one, I don't think it should be controlling the narrative because the narrative has been democratized to the public. So what you're now saying is the disinformation. There are three elements to it. One is the disinformation, which is with an intention to harm. Then there is misinformation, which is out there with no intention to harm. Then there is malinformation as well, which is basically some level of truth, but exaggerated. The problem where we're stuck right now in Pakistan and globally is essentially that 95% of the times, and this is based on the data we do, the disinformation is very black and white, easy to spot. It's the 5% that is problematic, which is the gray area, for us to not figure out exactly what is and what isn't. I'll just give you one small example and I'll wrap it up. Before I was entering into this room, I was checking my Twitter. One of the most prominent of Pakistan's journalists, of one of the most prominent of the news channel, shared a clip of the current Prime Minister, which was from a different era, gave it a complete spin of what he was saying, and yet shared it knowingly because it was being said in a different direction. And then, how do you classify that? Because the information that was there was said in a particular context. So that gray area is where the problem is.
But should we remove that person from their platform?
Absolutely.
Should we ban their program?
Here is the thing, and I want to wrap it up on that. I don't believe that removing people is an answer. I don't believe censorship is an answer. When TikTok was banned, I was the first person to object to that. The reason, because I believe that the people of Pakistan and generally have become smart on social media. The more literacy on social media is coming, the smarter the audience is getting. The audience will reject who they want to watch and who they don't want to watch. The moment you interfere, that is when you mess up.
I think thanks, Roseanne, if you could shut it. Yeah. Thanks for that. I have a slightly, I mean, largely, at least in spirit, I agree, but I also think that the point Javed Jabbar was making was one that we have to pay more attention to. And especially Lu Jin, I think in the context of China, and this is why I saved, China, our favorite country here in Pakistan. We saved you for the last, because we saved the best for last. And also because we have Russia here, so we'll let Russia and the US fight it out. But China and the environment in China where we do have censorship and where there isn't 30 million or 300 million or 900 million news broadcasters, or they are, but there's a certain containment or there's a regulation of what people can and can't say. Is there a worry in terms of thinking about the long future of China, not China today, but let's say 20, 30 years down the road, that even if there was a very contained and very well-planned opening up of the discourse, that would make China's great growth story compromised? Is it possible for a country like China to grow and to develop as amazingly as it has without the containment of dissent, which is one version? It's a very Western framing of what's going on in China, but I'm trying to ask a difficult question. So, Lu Jin?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Zaidi, for that introduction and for this very thought-provoking question. I will come to that. I think you have raised a very important question, but let me tell you, in China, out of 1.4 billion people, we have about 800 to 900 million people with smartphones, with mobile connectivity. So basically, you have 800 or 900 million people as journalists, as recorders, as self-media. They see something, they like it, they put it on the internet, on the Chinese internet, instantly. That's why when you have a problem, you have people watching all the time. So like what Your Excellency, Minister Javed Jabbar was talking about, this social regulation, it is happening. You can't hide it. But anyway, I will come to the second question, which is really more important, the premise that maybe when China slowly opens up the containment about its media, that China would be better, or China would be different, or China would be democratized. That is a very important question, but I'll come to that in just a moment, because I spent the whole afternoon writing this speech, and I'm going to use it, okay? And I don't want to make mistakes here, because this is the very first time I make a speech in public in Pakistan, a very important country for China, so I want to say really what I want to say, okay? So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Salamu Alaikum, I hope I say it correctly. It's a great honor to attend the Islamabad Security Dialogue 2022. In fact, it is the first time that I speak at a high-level national forum in a foreign country, and the host happens to be Pakistan. I like this coincidence very much. My name is Liu Xin. Liu is my family name, so Xin, you can call me. And I'm host of an opinion show on CGTN, China Global Television Network. It's an opinion show, so I tell people what you hear are opinions. Opinions from me, opinions from my guests. CGTN is a young network. It started in 2017, but we're constantly improving. As Shane said, there is every day something to be learned, and we are in a struggle to do a better job all the time. But time seems not to be on our side, because China is already on everybody's lips, and very often critically. I would like to thank all my previous speakers, Shane, Karen, Oksana, and for all your insights. And I think these are very important, because we need to learn, we need to listen to the other side, and we must welcome candid discussion and criticism, because that helps us grow. And I have to make a confession that I have yet to set foot in Pakistan, as important as Pakistan is for China. But over the past few years, through the Pakistani embassy in Beijing, Pakistan has claimed a very special place in my heart. I had the opportunity to interview His Excellency Prime Minister Imran Khan twice, and I remember when I asked him how he assesses the situation in Xinjiang, he said, "We believe what China tells us because we trust you." I was deeply touched. That's the first time I hear something like that, but I believe that's the meaning of true friendship, and the Chinese people that I talk to share the same feelings. I've also been to Xinjiang, and I know facts on the ground merit that trust, okay? I've also been followed by many Pakistani friends on Twitter because of the interviews I did with Mr. Han. So a big thank you to all of them if they have the opportunity to watch this. I just have one small request. As I see many sisters sitting in the audience, next time when we talk about our iron brotherhood between China and Pakistan, let's not forget our sisters as well, okay? So the topic of disinformation, extremely timely. And I would say disinformation is in the eye of the beholder. You believe you are giving information to the reader, it could be disinformation, and that is the tricky part. The war in Ukraine has shown that the world is as much about what we perceive in our mind as about what we touch with our hands. And that trend will accelerate with the prevalence of mobile connectivity. Hostile forces in the West are using disinformation to target cultures and civilizations which are different and which want to stay independent. Chinese, Arabic, Muslim, African, etc. No need and no use to expand on that. The increasing level of irrationality or the decreasing level of decency on mainstream international media. I don't want to use the word Western media, but I want to use the word mainstream international media. About China makes me feel very angry very often. I have to try to contain my blood pressure, but I need to be calm, and I look for solid facts to inform my reactions. What are some of the nuances? Now, one case in point is China's image in Africa. For the past decade, there have been, as you may have all been very well aware of, a ferocious wave of criticism of China's influence in Africa, debt trap, neocolonialism, lack of transparency, pollution, so on and so forth. But has such bad press swayed local people's perceptions? I came across Afrobarometer, a well-regarded pollster based in Africa, which looked into exactly that subject last year. They polled people across 34 African countries, and here are some of their results. Almost 2/3 of the polled say China's influence in their country is somewhat or very positive, and views on the United States' influence, guess what, are almost identical. This shows that China enjoys the same level of favorability in Africa as the United States. I'm not sure if that's a compliment. And the bad press seems not to have tarnished China's image, at least not yet. But the polls also show there is much work to do. China trails the US as Africa's preferred development model, that's 33% versus 22%. 70% of Africans say English is the most preferred language for young people to learn, compared with only 3% who prefer Chinese. Now, countries have the right to choose their development path and their preferred languages, but considering the huge effort China has invested in Africa, considering China being a millennia-old civilization, only 3% want to learn Chinese. That is astonishing. Why, I ask myself? Is it because of disinformation? Is it because of our own fault? Is it because we have not been able to reach people's hearts and minds? Or a bit of everything? As a journalist, I don't trust numbers totally, and I prefer to talk to people, real people as well. And I interviewed yesterday a Japanese documentary maker who lives in China for more than a decade. I asked him, I said, look, polls also show Japanese and Chinese people really dislike each other at this moment. Is it true? He replied, polls are not reliable. While some older people tend to dislike China, the younger generation are fascinated about many things Chinese, such as cosmetics or games or cartoons. And when forced to choose like or dislike in a poll, they tend to click dislike. He says Japanese and Chinese people are actually getting closer. So it's not, the sky is not falling on our sky. Disinformation is out there, is having a damaging effect, but that is also part of life. It has always been. I hope people are getting closer despite what we hear on the media. But when it comes to North America or Europe, I don't think we can be equally optimistic. Yes, we live in a so-called free press world, or I should say they think they live in a so-called free press world, but they are being force-fed with propaganda now more than ever before. And all sides will be victims because we are deeply connected. In President Xi Jinping's words, we live in a community of shared future for mankind, for humankind, if you want to be gender equal. If the great majority of people live in the West are poisoned with disinformation, we will suffer here too. So we need to do the right thing and tell our own stories in a timely,
Shin, I want to do the right
and
thing.
Smart manner.
Shin.
It's a tough job, but justice will prevail. Okay. Yeah,
Shin, I want to do the right thing, and
Yes.
I was really enjoying that. That's a fantastic sort of presentation, and I think a challenge, really, to how we conduct these conversations. If you allow me, I'm going to come back to you, but I want to go back to Shane. And Shane, I'd kind of maybe interrogated this idea of how we manage our emotions in these conversations. I've lost sight of Can you still hear me, Shane?
Yes.
Okay. Great. So the question I had for you, Shane, is that, you heard Oksana's views, very, very well articulated. You heard the views of Shin, and obviously people from Russia and China. I'm sure there's people from Russia and China that have different views. These are huge countries, and I'm sure you don't speak for all Americans. But just as Shane, as a journalist who's trying to navigate, you talked about, going in and doing your job. I mean, sometimes our jobs get really hard, don't they? Because in order to conduct a meaningful, honest interaction, we have to develop a pretty high level of tolerance to hear things that don't land very well. I'm sure some of what you've heard so far hasn't landed well, and I wanted to give you a chance to maybe come back on any thoughts that you might have, either on what Oksana had to say or on what Shin had to say. And then I'm going to ask, strangely for Pakistani, I'm going to ask Karan Thapar to actually make a judgment on the whole thing. But Shane, back to you.
Well, I'm glad to see this as a panel about disinformation. I regret that this is becoming an act of disinformation. It is simply not true that you turn on CNN and don't see discussion of NATO, that you don't see discussion of Vladimir Putin's point of view about NATO. It has been a subject of tremendous debate within American media. We carried the entirety of Vladimir Putin's speech before he ordered his forces to invade Ukraine. You can read Vladimir Putin's long articles about Ukraine in Western media. You can read rebuttals to them in Western media. You can read extensive reporting on the facts as our reporters have found them in Xinjiang, including the imprisonment of 1 million Muslim Uyghurs. We have an open information society, and that makes other governments very uncomfortable. It makes our own government very uncomfortable. That is the nature of a free press. And so with respect to the panelists here, I simply cannot allow some of the things that are said here that are simply false to go unrebutted, and we can leave that at that. It is not easy as a journalist to tell people things they don't want to hear. I grew up in a household in which I was told that the media was biased and the media was too liberal. It's not easy for me to talk to members of my family who are associated with the Republican Party, who consider themselves conservative. When they talk about the fake news media, they're talking about me, whether they know it or not. I endeavor to tell the truth every day, and sometimes the truth hurts, but we have to be honest about it.
We too.
We do not speak for a government. I do not come here professing to speak on behalf of the United States government. I will, however, speak on behalf of the United States Constitution. It is the architecture that keeps us a free people in an open society. People are free to believe what they want. To quote Winston Churchill, I don't know if it was Churchill, but it's a good quote. You're entitled to your own opinions and not to your own facts. And we are here in the business of telling people facts to help shape their opinion. But it does no good to have a conversation about disinformation in the media when there are members of the media disinforming people. And I'm sorry to see that today.
Have you been to Xinjiang, Shane? Have you? You haven't.
Sorry,
I have.
No,
I have.
In fact, Western journalists, American journalists, have a very hard time getting into Xinjiang.
Yes, but I have.
Usually,
have. So you do not have the right to tell me what I went and saw is disinformation. That is your preference. It is not fact.
Okay, so I think what we have here, and I'm super proud actually, and I'm very excited, because what we have here, I think, is the beginnings of what I believe to be Pakistan's real potential. Because we really believe in China as a force for good in the world. I think a lot of Pakistanis believe that. And actually, Shane, you'd be surprised, I don't think enough friends in the media or in government in the US express this, but we really have a very strong belief in the US as a force for good as well, even though oftentimes Pakistanis feel let down. And Oksana, as you've just learned through the visit of our Prime Minister, we really think that we have the capability of bringing people together. So Prime Minister Khan was on the phone. Prime Minister Khan may stay or go, but the Pakistani character is not going to change. We are going to try and find ways to engage with people and bring them together. There's obviously these extreme stark differences, and there are actually emotions around the world. Without responding to what has happened over the last few weeks, just as a panelist here, and I think we've heard from everyone a little bit about sort of these misgivings that we have at a macro level. Do you think that Pakistan actually has this potential, or is this an overstatement of Pakistan's actual value?
I'm going to say yes without even trying to be flattering of the host. I think you guys are in an amazing position, and not only you, there are many other countries who are vying for this place, but geopolitically and politically, but because you happen to be on the intersection of many geopolitical interests as well as geographically, and even this conference, this panel, I think is a good symbol of what your place on the continent and what your place globally could be, because you don't have to be a big muscular guy to satisfy or to do good in the world and to satisfy your national ego. You can be useful. You can use your strength in the proper way without feeling inferior. And if I may just say one thing, the Americans like to say that you're not entitled to your opinions, but you are entitled to your opinions, but not to your facts. No human brain can encompass all the facts in the world. The way we pick up the facts depends on our cognitive structure, on our worldview, on our education, on our history, on our collective. So having a platform where all the different worldviews can come together, or all the relevant worldviews can come together and be discussed, that's the value that you can serve. It's a very rare value, as I said before. There are not many countries who are open-minded enough for that, who have broad enough history and broad enough history of suffering, of being colonized, of being mistreated, to be open to various perspectives. That alone is good enough. It's actually what the United Nations aimed and failed at, that we can actually be and voice various points of views. I was listening this morning to a speech that the Kenyan ambassador made at the United Nations. It was a good speech. It was critical of Russia, but it raised some of the points that need to be brought up. And I think this is what countries like Pakistan, like Turkey, like Kenya can do. There are certain things that great powers are trying to figure out, and at the end of the day, this dispute that we have, this clash that we have with the Americans is ultimately about whether there's only one vision for everybody. Everybody has to develop, like the Americans have developed this, abstract liberal point of view that actually serves only one country, to be honest, and not even the country, but a certain very narrow elite within that country, or whether we all can respect where we come from, develop according to our own trajectories, and be respectful that the other guy has a different set of facts, that his life, his country, his history has been shaped by a different set of facts and opinions, and that at the end of the day, finding certain common ground is in the interest of all. My win today and your unhappiness today will come at a cost to me.
I think that's an incredibly powerful way for me to kind of segue into a question-answer session. Shin, I think your presentation, Shane, yours, Oksana, yours, Hussein, yours, all four of you, and Karan has left, and I want to make a quip about Indians leaving the battlefield, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to keep to doing my job. Yeah, that's.
I talk too much. I talk too long.
No, you didn't. Because we're probably going to have a couple of questions, but what we're going to do now is we're going to bring in a few questions from the audience. I'm assuming there's a mic somewhere that will be taken to the young lady, I think over there, that had raised her hand. You go first. And I don't mind commentary, but I do mind, I would prefer brevity. So comment or question, but very brief, please, starting with your name.
This is Amna Tawhidi from Center for Aerospace and Security Studies. I have been working a bit on disinformation and social media with another researcher. My question is that what should be a state's role in regulating such social media platforms when they are not owning them? And for a specific state like Pakistan, and in the lieu of information launched by our adversary or by neighbor, what would be or what should be our strategy for the region and for the state specific? Thank you.
Excellent question. Could you just clarify before you go, who do you want answering that question? You can only choose one because we have a lack of time.
I would request Karan Thapar to answer this.
He's not here anymore.
Okay, then I'll request Hussein Nadim too.
I'm sorry?
Hussein Nadim.
Hussein Nadim, there you go. Hussein, what's the role of the state, especially in a country like Pakistan?
That's a very good question. Just one little remark before I go on to that. Excellent conversations. Musharraf, you've done an excellent job, I think, in bringing this conversation to where it is. One thing which I think is missing, and you brought it up, is that information is an aspect of power. It's power. And in the last 2-3 years that I've been working in this space, here is a fact, that sometimes their fake news is more powerful than our facts and our truths. And I think that's where the real problem starts, and this balance will remain. Now, to bring that to over here, because I'm talking about the global politics and I'm going to bring it down to here, I personally think that we as people of Pakistan rely too much on state. That's partly because of our post-colonial background, that we look up to the state for everything, for every answer. There is a lot we can do on our own, at the individual level, at the organizational level, at the educational level, to make sure that you don't succumb to disinformation, you don't become an enabler of disinformation. Now, as for the state, what it needs to be done, Javed Jabbar has already mentioned very clearly that there has to be a sort of regulatory framework, which has to be global. Part of the reason it has to be global is because when we as a state, and I sit in the Prime Minister's Committee on Social Media and Big Tech, the fundamental problem we have, and I'll give you one small example. One of the extremist groups in Pakistan has been running trends against a minority group in the country for years now. And the specific platform that I'm talking about, we have approached it, we have begged it, we have written to it abundantly, yet with no response. The content
we should name that platform. It's Twitter.
It's Twitter.
The government of Pakistan has bent over backwards trying to engage Twitter in a serious conversation that affects people's lives and people's safety. And they are not responsive.
They don't do that because, unfortunately, what happens in this country, the lives, the violence, the hate that is there, it one way or the other benefits the large social media companies. So they lump Pakistan into MENA region, Middle East, North Africa and Pakistan. The amount of people they have for our redressals is one individual to solve the problems of around 50 million social media users. So the state has to be very proactive in terms of its approach and diplomacy with the social media company. In the recent past, I also advised to the Prime Minister's office that like we have ambassadors to the US, ambassadors to Russia, we also need to have ambassadors designated to Facebook, ambassador designated to Twitter to solve the problems that are associated with that. So state needs a very robust diplomatic forte on that. The second is the social media contract, which has to include the public. You can't just sit in a room in the Prime Minister's office and develop social media rules and expect that to work out. So I'm going to stop at that, and I think the educational curriculum level, we need to embed social media ethics and literacy at the curriculum level in schools.
Okay, we're going to take Rana Sajjad, who I had a wonderful reunion with after, I think, 20 plus years. Rana was my junior, and he still looks like he did 20 years ago. Can somebody get a mic to Rana Sajjad Saab? Rana Saab is a renowned commercial and disputes lawyer based in Lahore.
Thank you for the gracious introduction. It helps to know the moderator. So in this age of social media, we suffer from the madness of the crowds and tyranny of the trends, right? So as Yuval Harari said, one of the toughest challenges is to pick the right source of information. To help us out, I have a question for the entire panel. Okay. Sorry, you can take the question since you're here in person. Yes. We say media peddles lies, they're propaganda tools, they spread half-truths and all that. But as an individual, right, you work for a media outlet, right? You have these personal challenges as well, right? So you decide what particular news is played at what time, how much time is allocated to it, how it is analyzed, right? It's an individual decision. So my question to you is, how do you deal with that, right? The bias comes in, the emotions come in, but how dispassionate can you be? Because of course that ties in with the issue of disinformation. So I'm just trying to figure out how much power does a media outlet owner or manager wield over somebody like you who's an anchor or a host? And how much can you push back when you think that what you're supposed to say is the truth, and you have to basically stand your ground? Thank you.
Well, I'm working for the state-owned outlet, so we don't have a commercial issues, and as far as I'm concerned, most of my work is done in the war zones where connection is not very good, so there's no one actually who can even tell you what you're supposed to do. It's a one-way transmission, usually in the war zones, because the communication lines are severed for military reasons. honestly don't think there is any issue of separating emotions and analysis. As long as you understand context, history, you understand the rationale of various parties involved, and obviously you do with people on the ground who are affected. Once you bring that together in one package, there is no conflict at all. And by the way, when I was studying journalism, 20 years ago in America, it was understood back then that what you are aiming is not objectivity, it's balance. And balance is done not only of the opinions of various parties, but also the presence of history and the presence of economic, social, cultural context. If you look at most of the social media, what's taken away, it's that part that brought the situation to its pinnacle. And I think that's what I was very heartened that at this forum you discussed education so much, because I think that's the government should really focus not so much on regulating social media. Maybe it could be done internationally, actually, rather than having an envoy from each country, because that gives a lot of room for manipulation. But actually raising the population that can approach what is happening from multiple perspectives, not only emotionally, emotions are important, sure, but also history, culture, understanding the respect for your neighbor even though he thinks differently. Sorry.
No, thank you, Oksana. Fantastic. We're going to take two more questions. The next question I'm going to take is going to be for Shane, and the question after that is going to be for Shen. So, for Shin. So, question for Shane Harris. Go ahead. I'm going to go to the back. I don't want to overly advantage the front row. So I'm going to go way back over there, the young man with the white pen in his hand. You'll start with your name, gentlemen. Thank you.
My name is Kamran Makbul, and currently I am the student of history in Qaid-e-Azam University. So my question is, it has been seen that concocted and conspiracy theories have more potential to unite the people. While my question is that while lies have, it means that lies have more potential to unite people as compared to the truth. Why it is so? So, and notwithstanding Hussain Nadeem, and he mentioned that information can be filtered by enhancement of education level, but it is being spread by educated people. For example, we can see at the Russian-Ukraine crisis, all the economists, for example, the magazine of economists and the New York Times, all have been offering this one single agenda, and that is they are seeing the issue with the lens of US and European Union glasses.
Thank you. Great question. Shane, just confirm that you heard that, and I'll quickly just try to summarize. Why is it that lies can bring people together so much more readily than the truth? And why are conspiracy theories sort of gaining traction? And then there's a parallel sort of, examples of how there's slanted news and slanted perspectives depending on where a publication is from. Shane?
Yeah. No, it's a terrific question. And I think that, one reason why, and this has been true for, I suppose, for decades or centuries, really, even in this country, there's a long history of conspiracy theories or sort of lies that take hold. And I think that they're attractive because they often confirm people's pre-held beliefs or their suspicions about the other or about the government or about their opponents. And sometimes, I think conspiracy theories, what they try to do, of course, by their nature is tie everything up in a neat package that explains everything and leaves no doubt. And of course, that's not reality. There's always doubt. So that, I think, is why they've been so attractive. And of course, politicians in this country, they're not angels. They deploy, disinformation and misinformation and these kinds of things as well. There's a long history of, presidents lie. Politicians lie in this country. That's not news to us. But I do think that sometimes the lie is more attractive than the truth because it's easier, it's simpler, it's a more elegant explanation for some people. As to the slant that news organizations take, this is a distinction that, I often try to make in talking to people about the news in this country is, we have newspapers like the Washington Post, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal. The news division is separate from the opinion pages, which is not to say that subjective decision making doesn't go on in the newsroom. I mean, it's a subjective decision to decide what to put on your front page, how to write your lead, how to write a headline. But we take great pains to separate from that the editorial function of a newspaper, which is in the business of making arguments based on facts, not based on assertions. And we try, and I think for the reader, though, sometimes there's a distinction without a difference there. And I recognize that a lot of people see the Washington Post a particular way that is maybe through the lens of its opinion pages or just the news that it chooses to report. I think it's important for us as journalists to always be listening to our readers and understanding where they think that we are not covering issues enough. And which is not to say that that readers dictate our coverage, but if they feel that we are not paying attention to a particular issue or a particular point of view, I don't think we should be defensive about that as reporters. I think we should take that as instruction to maybe consider where we're not covering news as we should be.
Thank you, Shane. That was really comprehensive, and I hope my friend from QAU is a great question, and I think it was a great answer. Thanks, Shane. The floor, Shin, is going to be yours in just one moment. I want to frame what you say within a response to a question to the young lady. Did you have a question? Yeah, go ahead. I wanted to make sure that a brilliant Chinese woman had a chance to hear a question from a brilliant young Pakistani woman, so here we go. With your name to begin with, please.
So that's very kind of you to say. My name is Baroza Anrabat. I'm a research assistant at the National University of Sciences and Technology. I actually have two questions. The first, one, right. The next one can be a sub-question. What is the role of language in perpetuating disinformation? Most narratives in the world today, we know English is a lingua franca, and this is a key barrier to disseminating certain narratives coming out of Russia, coming out of China. Ms. Chen mentioned that in Africa, only 3% of the people are exposed to Mandarin. That's the first one. The second one, and she can answer either of these, the role of popular culture in the construction and the dissemination of narrative. We cannot distinguish what's happening in the world today and how we view it from the narratives perpetuated by Hollywood. As a Pakistani kid, I grew up watching Hollywood, but now I'm watching CGTN. I'm watching media coming in from Russia, and it's a vastly different universe. So how do you see the role of popular culture, especially in the age of digital streaming, in addressing narrative construction, and what is the role of language in perpetuating disinformation? Thank you very much.
Fantastic question.
Thank you.
Shin, over to you.
Yes, may I start? Great question, and we are fighting this, we're not fighting here, we're doing this in English. Can you imagine? This is my second language. My native language is Chinese. Shane, with all due respect, try to do this in Chinese, and then we'll see who gets a better following in the international platform. That's the biggest challenge we have, and we're working so hard, as much as you are trying, to bring out truthful, comprehensive, multi-dimensional information from China to the world, but we're always discredited because we are state media. And I've heard this word all the time, so often, even in this forum, even from Oksana, from RT. Ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing wrong coming from the state media, especially when you come from China, because the state needs to represent the people. If the state doesn't represent the people, people will not watch it, people will not follow your leadership, you will be gone tomorrow. I tell you two sets of statistics. Can you guess the level of trust of the Chinese people in their central government, meaning their political system? And can you guess the level of trust of the Chinese people to their media, both from international sources? Take a wildest guess. Shane, can you have a wildest guess? I tell you, the first one from Harvard, 13-year-long survey result, 90% of Chinese people trust the central government. Second, from Statista, and you can all open sources, 70% or 80% actually gone up of the Chinese people trust in their press. Why? You think the Chinese government is so bad? You think the Chinese system is so bad? You think the Chinese press is so bad? But people trust it. Why? Because we do a very good job and we deliver. Because what people hear, what people read can match what they see. And there is a great sense of unity, of cohesion because of that. And that's why China can deliver, because people trust the government, people trust our media, and in return, we can do things together. So that I want to get out of the way. Secondly, democracy. I've heard this word all the time. Let China choose its own style of democracy. If the people like the way they live, if people are satisfied with the way they live, why do we have to switch to a Western-style democracy? The freedom of expression is enshrined in our constitution as well, Shane. We have that too. Please read our constitution. It's in Chinese, but you can find an English version. And then, okay, coming back to the barrier of language, you know, President Xi says we have to tell China's story well. In Chinese, it means 讲好中国故事. But it's so tricky because this can be interpreted as tell good China stories. And that is the challenge we're facing, because the Chinese language is so 5,000 years, so sometimes it can be very vague, but it's the beauty of it as well. The single word hao can mean good and well. So a lot of people ask me, hey, you want to tell good China stories all alone? I said, no. I said, we want to tell China's story well, which means true, good and bad, comprehensively, multidimensional, because there's no one China story. And finally, when you talk about popular culture, I think popular culture is very important, and I think we need to have that diversity. I grew up watching Hollywood movie. That's how I learned my English. And I studied English literature, language. My daughter is watching YouTube all the time. She lives in Beijing. But she also has the beauty of a great plethora of information from all over the world, and she develops her internet literacy with more information. She is sharpening, honing her skills of telling what is right, what is wrong, by comparing different sources of information, not just the Washington Post, not just RT, but also CGTN, but also Pakistani TV, but also Indian TV. And then you know as close as possible what the world is really like. And in that sense, I'm not worried about disinformation, because disinformation has always been there. But we, being strong, being literate, being open-minded, open to criticism as well. Chinese system is not perfect, Chinese media is not perfect, we have a lot of problems, but by doing all of this, we are strong. We can be immune to disinformation. That's all I want to say.
Shane, I hope that's not all you have to say. I'm glad it's all you have to say for now. I'm glad it's all you have to say for now, but I really think you need to come to Pakistan. You're going to have a very loyal following in Pakistan when you land here.
Thank you. I will do that.
Shane, I want to thank you as well. I think, you know, these are difficult conversations, and you kind of hung in there, and I'm very pleased that you did, and I hope we come back to it. I hope we continue to have conversations where Pakistanis can ask their Chinese friends more questions about, you know, what's happening in Xinjiang and be satisfied. I hope we can have conversations with our American friends where we can convince them that we are the Ukraine to India's Russia. And we wish that we had had the support of the United States and other Western countries when we were being attacked by India on in February 2019. Oksana, I'm so glad you're here. We don't know Russia. That's the truth of it. And we have concerns, of course, with what's happening in Ukraine. But we're excited that this conversation has started, and we're really, really thankful that you're here. Hussein Nadeem, you know, you did me proud, and you did IPRI and the NSD proud. Thank you for participating and sharing your views as you did. I would like the audience to receive a round of applause from the panel for sticking through this and being here with us. We had some great questions from young Pakistanis who are the future, not just of this country, but of the region and the world, inshallah. Thank you to all of you. Thanks to the National Security Division. And inshallah, we'll see you tomorrow for day 2 of the Islamabad Security Dialogue. Thanks.
Thank you, Zaidi.